Welcome to the IDW Clean Room, controlled environment for uncontrolled conversation, book club on cynical theories. This is the most important chapter in the book. Right, Sam?
I'd say so.
Yeah. It seems to me to be everything culminates in this chapter. And it is what you wrote your critique on. And I did read your critique, and I think that your critique is part of this this episode of the book club. I put it in there anyway. Instead of doing two chapters like we have been, we're doing this chapter, it is actually, I think, the longest chapter in the book. And it's called Social Justice Scholarship and Thought, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, is sort of their umbrella term for all of these theories as they are today. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they use the terms social justice scholarship and reified postmodernism interchangeably. So this is a third wave after sort of original postmodernism, or high postmodernism, sometimes called.
Can you define reified again?
So reification in philosophy is when people, or as it's used in philosophy, and I mean pretty much generally, the idea is that there is this sort of socially constructed thing, or this perhaps imaginary thing that we treat as sort of metaphysically mind independent or real, independent of our own existence in some way. So if somebody thought that what's a good example? If somebody thought that a dollar would be worth the same thing if we instead shifted to a completely online currency or something like that, that would be just this reification of physical currency or something like that. But reification of postmodernism in this context is basically the way that they use it in the book is like they say, well, postmodernism in its original phase is just very deconstructive and sort of playful and ironic and happy to just abound in irony and deconstruct everything, and doesn't have any sort of politically actionable potential. But in order to make postmodernism politically actionable, they have to reify certain things, because if postmodernism, according to the postmodern knowledge principle, is radically skeptical about the possibility of objective truth or knowledge or reality, then there has to be but we also want to make postmodernism useful towards social justice ends. Right. And we have to reify the existence of sort of identity-based oppression.
I'm going to see.
This is the one thing we know for sure as objectively real.
I want to see if we. Okay. Yeah. I want to see. I think we agree. My reading of this was they're claiming that this is postmodernism's rebirth, but it's not a rebirth as a doubt of everything. It's doubt of most things, almost everything. And that,
right, there's like this one crucial exception, and that's just identity-based oppression and lived experience of identity-based oppression when channeled properly through the theoretical capital T lens.
Mainly using identity intersectionality to determine how valid a claim is. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this. I think that you and I disagree vehemently on many things. But in the context of this book and what your critique is of it, we actually agree, I think, mostly. So I'm going to try really hard to be an asshole this time, because not an asshole. I'm going to try really hard to sort of take the concerns that other people have voiced, and I'm going to take that voice as best I can. So it's hard for me because I'm not, if I'm not the one coming up with the devil's advocate thing myself, it's really hard for me to do that. But I will try to do that this time, just because your article is a critique of this book, and this chapter is vital. So.
And everyone else should feel invited and welcome to play devil's advocate too, whether you yourself believe in the objections you're raising or not, right? To just discuss the ideas.
Yeah, I mentioned to you that I have to read this book out loud in order to read it. I don't like the way they write.
It gets that way sometimes, yeah. Yeah.
And my girlfriend hates this book. She also hates your article, just so you know. But
I'm glad.
No, it's because I told her
she deserves to hate.
I said you're just not interested in philosophy, as you're not interested in academic philosophy, as it is today. But
me?
No. Her. That was my. That's what I said to her.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, so I think I'm gonna start this by saying I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna start this by saying I'm pretty sure we actually are going to agree on all of this, but I think it'll be more interesting if I try not to.
Sure. Yeah. Man, where's Eric at? He's missing the most important one.
Yeah.
He's the knight in shining armor of Pluckrose and Lindsay.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I can't take his stance because I so disagree with Eric too. But yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? Eric had read Foucault and had been assigned certain Foucault texts, and he says, right, was taught to sort of read Foucault in this more critical, theoretical, social justice oriented way. And so he, at least, gave some sort of reason to interpret possibly Foucault in this way.
I have the same argument. I have the same argument as him because I know people who have taken this way of thinking seriously, but it's hard to use that in rebuttal because you're saying, and I kind of agree with you, that in this book, that's not their claim. Their claim isn't that postmodernism is being taught in a crazy way, which I agree it is. It is being taught in a crazy way, and I do think that these fields.
Right. Where is it particularly being so is in these literary theory departments, and that was Eric's experience. Helen Pluckrose has said that was her experience in her literary or English literature, either master's or PhD program, that she ended up leaving because of the oversaturation she thought of postmodernism. And I'm reading a book now called French Theory by François Cousset, who is a historian of ideas. And he lays out an immensely detailed genealogy of how these French thinkers came to take over certain humanities departments in American universities. And it was not philosophy departments, it was not history departments, it was not even by and large sociology departments. There were some cultural anthropology departments where these sorts of practices became widespread, but by and large, it was literary theory.
I think literary theory, I think sociology has a big problem. And I don't think it's like a completely corrupted discipline.
Well, I mean, you think it has a big problem because of that one friend, right?
It was her
sociology PhD student.
Well, it was her and everybody I met through her. She's just who I happen to have the closest relationship with, so I have the most stories from her. Right. But her and everybody who I met who was in her discipline were like that. Had that opinion. So I do think that there are sections of sociology.
But I mean, in all fairness, it could be a departmental thing at her department, right? Yeah. I'm not saying that there's no other departments, but
no doubt, man.
There are lots of differences across departments.
I tweeted at Helen Pluckrose. Oh, I forgot to do something on my end. Let me do that real quick because our stream got slowed down because I forgot to turn something off. I keep forgetting to do that.
You gotta turn it off, man.
Yeah, my bad. But I do want to say this while I'm doing this. I want to say this. I do think that was what I tweeted at Helen and she didn't respond to me. But why would she? I used an account that.
Well, I mean, when did you tweet it? Was it recent?
Today, when you sent those tweets.
Oh yeah, she's not on Twitter a lot, and she's on UK time too. So.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. So I don't.
She could reply.
She could. But I said to her, I actually think I agree with most of what their real complaint is. I just think that the book doesn't really focus on what their real complaint is, which is that there are problems in the university with things being taught in a really corrupt, fucked up way that I think does twist postmodernism. My argument is that postmodernism could only have resulted in that, but that's a totally different argument. It's a different topic altogether, and you've correctly called me out on that many times. But my point was, like, if they had focused this book instead on saying on like highlighting this was taught in this class, like these things, students actually believe these things on this campus, or like this field is actually teaching these things, and it is coming. It is very. It clearly they could attempt to draw a line between critical theory and those things, and I think they could be pretty successful in doing so. I think they could be pretty successful in that, but that's not what they're doing. They're trying to take out postmodernism and philosophy, almost philosophy as a whole, because that is sort of what philosophy is now.
Well, there are certainly subdisciplines of philosophy that are dominated by approaches that are either inspired by, offshoots of, or reactions to, in some way or other, certain trends in postmodern or in critical theoretical scholarship. But and they do sort of say in elsewhere in the book, I'm not sure how specific they are about it in the introduction of this chapter, but it's basically, I mean, they never call it this, but everything they're citing up until basically the last two pieces of this chapter that they criticize, which are Barbara Applebaum and Robin DiAngelo. Everything they cite up until that, and the few things that they mention after that, that's all in what can broadly be called social epistemology. And so, I mean, we can start to just sort of go into the chapter, and they rightly attribute a lot of this scholarship that they discuss as a sort of reaction to this boom in social epistemology that followed the publication of a book in 2007 by Miranda Fricker, who's a professor of mine, called Epistemic Injustice. And epistemic injustice is basically so as Fricker defines it, epistemic injustice is injustice in which the person who is wronged specifically in their capacity as a knower, right? As a person who can know things. She's changed her definition a little bit now because she thinks it doesn't necessarily have to do exclusively with knowledge, but also with the justification of beliefs. And so she says nowadays as an epistemic subject or as an epistemic agent, rather than as a knower, the way in which someone can be undermined. Now, this led, and it is correct, that the coining of epistemic injustice led to an explosion of terms, epistemic X, right? You have epistemic injustice, you have epistemic violence, epistemic exploitation, epistemic oppression, epistemic appropriation, right? You can take your favorite social justice word, put epistemic in front of it, and if you can write a convincing enough paper, then you can get published in some social epistemology journal, right? And, we can debate the merits of just sort of coining new terms or like in this paper, I will identify something and I'll say what it is, and I'll say it's epistemic something, and okay, so, maybe it's not that great of a contribution to scholarship to coin a term and to explain what you mean by it. But I think that there's some of this scholarship that genuinely is important to some degree. And also there's the fact that, Miranda Fricker, as groundbreaking as her book is, and I think it is a great project, Miranda Fricker is in no way the first person to be talking about epistemic injustice as she defines it, right? People have been talking about this sort of thing for a very long time.
Yeah, it doesn't
specifically
sound.
certain.
It doesn't to me. It doesn't sound. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It doesn't sound like it didn't sound like a new thing to me. It actually sounded like something I personally feel like I experience. Um,
Everyone experiences it for sure.
yeah, like if you
Yeah.
look at the way it's described, at least even in this book, the way it's described
Hmm.
as a very reasonable idea. I mean, I would say that a lot of
Yeah.
times I feel that way when I'm just trying to explain religion and my perspective on religion, because
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
for people who are not religious, it's sort of
Yeah.
it's
For
not the
sure. I
it's
think
not
like,
the dominant thought right now. So I mean, there's some validity there. I think anyway.
and I think that, for instance, the new atheism movement is sort of is plagued by a tendency to inflict epistemic injustice on people, right? In the sense that they might, you know, meet someone, find out that this person believes in God or something, right? They might know nothing about their justifications for believing in God. They might know nothing about their personal history with religion, and yet they still might, based on that, sort of have a prejudice and sort of start to systematically weaken or lower the degree of trust that they would have otherwise had in any of this person's claims, even the ones completely unconnected to religion.
Mm-hmm.
So if that were going on, that's clearly a case of epistemic injustice. It would be, namely, testimonial injustice, as
Here's
Fricker calls it.
where I think it could get into trouble is like that's perfectly okay in a science classroom to me. You know, like if you're bringing up God justifications for things, or you know, in a science classroom where you're supposed to be learning about physics or like you know biology, and you like I think that's perfectly fine to say like that is not a valid thing to say here in this domain.
Right. It wouldn't apply there. It wouldn't be
Yeah.
testimonial injustice there, because it's right. It's not unjust to tell someone in the context of a physics classroom, look, like, we're doing physics here. We want to base um, our scholarship on research on certain scientific models that have been useful in certain ways, and evidence, and like, look, we don't have the evidence or the models that support belief in God as a creator, so we're not going to be doing that here, right? It's like, I mean, it's like getting mad at someone who takes a German class and they want to speak Japanese. Like, it's just it that wouldn't be testimonial injustice.
Yeah. Like you're not I feel that to take it really far, where it gets to a gray area is like so a lot of the things I work at work is all of the sudden we're supposed to be able to send anything that we send out. That's why I work for the state in any language that anybody asks for. And so like there's a part of me that's like I get why, and there's a part of me that's like we are an English speaking country. So like things like Spanish make perfect sense to me. In fact, like most things that we send out have Spanish on the back because enough people speak Spanish, especially in New York City,
Yeah,
that it's
Jimmy, I want to interrupt you because I think we should probably
yeah, you're
start
right.
talking about the book.
You're right. You're right. We're talking about
Okay.
epistemic
Yeah.
injustice itself.
Okay. So so epistemic injustice, but before we get into that, I'll just give a little bit of their like analysis that they give before they start to dive into the history and the development uh, of reified postmodernism or social justice scholarship.
Hmm.
So that what they're saying is, in the third phase of postmodernism, certain principles are treated as fundamental truths. Basically, the principles of the postmodern knowledge principle, they claim, and the postmodern political principle. So they say, this is on page 182, they say that the result is that within certain ideas, within certain subfields in academia, they say the principles, themes, and assertions of theory, capital T, pretty much going to always be capital T. I'm going to stop saying that. became known knowns, which are ideas taken for granted as true statements about the world that people just know are true. The result is that the belief that society is structured of specific but largely invisible identity-based systems of power and privilege that construct knowledge via ways of talking about things is now considered by social justice scholars and activists to be an objectively true statement about the organizing principle of society. Does this sound like a meta-narrative? That's because it is. Social justice scholarship and its educators and activists see these principles and conclusions as the truth according to social justice, and they treat it as though they have discovered the analog of the germ theory of disease, but for bigotry and oppression. Okay. Okay. So no citations there, but presumably we're going to be provided with the evidence as we move forward throughout the chapter.
Again, I think that all of those claims are true in the fact that it is being done that way, that it is happening. So I think that claim is true about it happening.
But it's interesting.
I'm pushing you to clarify
what's your evidence for that? Is it data? Is it studies? Or is it your lived experience?
It's a good point. It's a good point. I'm just saying that because you are mainly responding.
Who's the real postmodernist here, right?
You are mainly responding to the fact that this seems aimed at the theorists themselves.
Well, right. So I'm not denying, right? It could be totally true that what they just said generally is correct, right? What I'm objecting to is that what they just said applies to the thinkers that they cite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, but they do get that one person, because I forget her name. Who is the post-colonial person, like Spivak or something like that?
Spivak. Yeah.
Spivak. All right. So they say, like, they give an example of this chapter that Spivak cites Foucault a lot, and this one person.
Oh, we'll get there, right? They say that Christy Dodson cites Spivak, but not Foucault.
Right. No, she
we'll get
some
there.
paper she suggested that because Spivak is black, and she said that's why,
So it's funny, right? So they don't give a citation where Dodson would ever say such a thing. And in fact, Dodson doesn't say anything about Foucault or about Spivak's identity. She just says that Spivak coined the term epistemic violence to mean basically the silencing of marginalized groups. And here's Spivak's definition. And that what Lindsay and Pluckrose say is actually Spivak locates the origins of epistemic violence in Foucault. And so we're going to assume, because Dodson cites Spivak but not Foucault, that she's doing it because Foucault is a white man and because Spivak is a woman of color. The fact is, Foucault never used the phrase epistemic violence, although Spivak says in her essay that Foucault located epistemic violence in discourses or whatever. What she means is not that he coined this term. What she means is that the way she defines the term as the silencing of marginalized groups, Foucault theorized in such and such a way. Right? But here's the kicker, is that none of this shit is is directly relevant at all to Christy Dodson's paper, Epistemic Violence, because the only reason she cites Spivak in the first place is to introduce the concept, and then she proposes a completely analytic philosophical framework for understanding this sort of redefinition of epistemic violence as she understands it, where it doesn't even require that the person being silenced is a member of a marginalized group. Sorry if that was tirade-y or lecture-y.
No, I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah. All right. Why don't you continue? I don't have any notes for a long time.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Again, right? Like they said that this thing is going to happen. There's this super reification. They think that this is the truth according to social justice. No one could ever argue anything else. And the interesting thing is, right? They don't have to cite anyone. In fact, it's kind of better for them if they don't cite anyone who says such a thing, because their whole argument is that these are known knowns. So why would you even raise it in the first place? These are things that they just take for granted that nobody can challenge. And so it's sort of set up in their favor because they don't have to give any evidence for it, because the way that they've organized their claims is that these people sort of intentionally don't ever raise this because it's taken for granted, like how we ordinarily assume that the law of non-contradiction is true, but we might not say it out loud, start our papers with it. So that's the idea. And I'm just saying right now, right, that they haven't yet given us the evidence. So let's see if they give us the evidence.
Spoiler they don't.
I don't think that they do.
Well, this chapter has like a lot of examples compared to the other chapters. Like they have like
yeah,
whole page on Applebaum. They have a whole page on D'Angelo. Like
yeah,
they have a lot of examples compared to the other chapters. At least.
Yeah, we're gonna go through all the examples right now. All right. So now, okay, they say on page 183 that yes, there is this. Okay, this is, man, they do it again. They say that the reification of the two postmodern principles, this is still on 182, means that the original radical skepticism of postmodernism has been gradually transformed into a complete conviction that knowledge is constructed in the service of power, which is rooted in identity, and that this can be uncovered through close readings of how we use language. Therefore, in social justice scholarship, we continually read that patriarchy, white supremacy, imperialism, cisnormativity, heteronormativity, ableism, and fat phobia are literally structuring society and infecting everything. Okay. We continually read these things. Just some humble evidence, please. Can you spare some evidence?
I think, yeah.
All right.
I get.
Then
it's frustrating because I think they could have. I think they could have provided some evidence.
Yeah, sure. And if they did, man, the book would be a lot better, and I would have a lot more respect for them. 183, they say, we now have social justice texts forming a kind of gospel of social justice that express with absolute certainty that all white people are racist, all men are sexist, racism and sexism are systems that can exist and oppress absent even a single person with racist or sexist intentions or beliefs in the usual sense of the terms. Sex is not biological and exists on a spectrum. Language can be literal violence. Denial of gender identity is killing people. The wish to remedy disability and obesity is hateful, and everything needs to be decolonized. Man, just like save your sweeping grand statements until after you've given the evidence for them. Like, oh my goodness. Like if I had an undergraduate write me a paper that was structured this way, like I would probably give them a D+ at best. Okay. Now we continue this, like, look, right? We don't have any citations yet, no endnotes. Where do we get our first ones? They're talking about, they sort of go back and give another summary of like the previous chapters again. Like they talk about disability studies and queer theory again. They talk about how like intersectionality neglects class. They talk about what else? That there's no room for actual Marxists in here anymore.
Wait, where did they say that? Oh, yeah.
They've said that in the chapter on gender studies, and then they bring it back in. Is around page 186.
Mm-hmm. The thing is that, like, I wrote down some things that I think are interesting points. It is profoundly ironic that a movement claiming to problematize all sources of privilege is led by highly educated upper middle class scholars and activists who are so oblivious to their I just did a ... because it goes on. But the point is, like, I think that's a good point, but it also sort of uses the ideology they're attacking.
What do you mean?
I mean, they're they're talking about the fact that these people do have privilege, and they're and they are the ones who are talking about the problems with privilege. I think that's
right. No, I see. Yeah, there's tension there for sure. Like I also agree that intersectionality should absolutely focus on class privilege.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Then all right. Now so they emphasize, this is where we start to get into the meat. Towards the bottom of page 186, they talk about how, look, things are about identity, and much of the scholarship, they say, since 2010 is therefore labeled feminist or queer, or insert your, post-colonial or critical race theoretical, whatever, epistemology or pedagogy. So epistemology is, subdiscipline of philosophy. Pedagogy is, some people have theorized it as a subdiscipline of philosophy, right? John Dewey is a very famous American philosopher and also very influential in pedagogy. But nowadays, pedagogy is typically taught in graduate schools of education. And I guess there are probably some undergraduate departments too, but I've only ever really come across there being graduate departments of education. And then they say, let's see, okay, right, there's a lot of epistemology. And then, so they say, demands social justice scholarship takes umbrage with anything that foregrounds reason and evidence as the way to know what is true, and demands epistemic justice and research justice in their place. So it's interesting to argue that philosophers don't care about reason. I don't understand how one could write a philosophy paper and argue, right? How do you argue if you're against reason? You can't argue that reason ought to be distrusted, because
people
in
do.
Arguing, you're using reason. Well, you can say that you can make an argument for reasons being less appropriate than some other faculty or something in a certain context, but you can't argue.
Pragmatically, you can't, but people still do. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, so like, perhaps people try to do it. I don't see any of the scholars here doing that, except, I mean, to some extent, you can say that like D'Angelo is arguing against reason insofar as she thinks that it would be white fragile to use reason in response to the accusation that you're being racist, right? For instance, because arguing is just one way in which white fragility manifests in a situation. So you could say D'Angelo's doing it, but I really don't see how you can make the case for any.
I think Christy Dodson for sure thinks that.
Okay,
like, logic
I
and
will
reason
love
isn't the only thing. Because like, all right, how about the whole thing where she goes on about like Audre Lorde? Oh, I mean Audre Lorde, and she's like, when Audre Lorde, she says that the white man is for reason and answering questions, but Audre Lorde, she's for like poetry, and just by reason alone, you can't get anything because you're not even on the road, or like like did you read that paper where she talks about like that whole thing?
Right. That's the paper called "Why Is This Paper Philosophy?"
Right.
Yeah, I think Sam, what you're saying is she's using reason to argue about why other things are important. Things that are not reason.
Right. That reason alone can't do the job that some people have supposed it can.
Mm-hmm. I actually agree with that. It's really.
I don't think. I mean,
It's really hard for me to argue.
I don't know. I think I don't. Christy Dodson isn't like like empirical like science is the best. He definitely thinks that like she believes like the internet like meme of how it's discussed on the internet. It seems like she's kind of a true believer in that, from what I've gathered from her writings. You would disagree?
Yeah. Yeah, I've read like 4 or 5 papers by Christy Dotson, and they all seem very analytically rigorous and concerned with evidence and mostly abstract and theoretical. But like in many papers, she does
like what is her
think that
whole like thing? Like she thinks that you can't just get there by reason. I forgot it like begins with an A. I was trying to look it up just now. Like what's her like
what do you,
they actually I think Lindsay and Pluckrose mentioned it in the book. What is her like I didn't like I read that paper. I think it was the first paper that you linked for us to read. And she brings up this
epistemic
concept.
repression?
No. Yeah, I read that
Well,
paper yeah, about the Plato's cave or whatever. And she brings I didn't really get that paper, but she brings up this concept of it starts with an A. And
the allegory of Plato's cave?
Yeah, she brings up this some sort of they mention it in this book too, Pluckrose and Lindsay, this chapter. I guess I should have looked it up exactly what her term is.
Okay.
But she has some sort of term, and I just that she thinks that people should follow besides reason. It's this term, and I have no like I read the whole paper about the Plato's cave paper, and I had no idea what she meant. Like, what does she think that people should follow besides reason? Like, I just had no concept of.
I don't think she's saying without reason. I think she's saying there are things that are outside reason that should be considered valid. I think she still thinks you need reason. Sam, what do you think? Do you think I'm getting that wrong or?
Yeah. No, I think that's right. And actually, like, Christy Dotson reached out to me a couple of weeks ago, having been sent my review and sort of being having come to see how she is being represented in this book. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to like quote her or anything, because I mean, I didn't ask her if I could share the conversation, but very briefly, like, I mean, the main thrust of the conversation was, yeah, I don't know what these people are talking about. I don't know where they got this from my work. Like,
well,
I'm not against reason or truth or objectivity. Like,
let me.
I think science is important.
I don't know that this is absolutely true, but so I think what happens, I think, is there definitely are people in academia and elsewhere who do believe that reason is just a white European tool. I don't think like that does exist. So when you hear someone like Dotson, who's respected and published, saying things like things outside science should be, I think it might trigger people to be a little nervous that opens the door to the thing.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And I think to be fair, I think that might be somewhat true. I don't think that you can blame her for this or anything like that, but I think it might be true that I'll be charitable in your direction, Sam, and say in her direction and say maybe the dangers associated with that are just sort of part of opening the door to that when you do open the door to things outside of just reason, you do let in a little bit of you let in the things that are not reason, and so you suddenly have to figure out how do we determine which of these new things that are not reason, they're not new, but which of these are valid, and how do we determine which are valid? And I
mean, just to be clear though, like, this is nothing new in philosophy, right? David Hume has argued that reason is the slave of the passions, right? This is what Hume is a quote. Reason is or can only be and ought to be the slave of the passions, right? And does he think that means we should give up on moral philosophy and that it's all a waste of time because it's just emotion? No, not at all. But he thinks that emotions are the driving force of moral judgment and moral action. So, I mean, this is really nothing new.
Can I talk about my critique of her her philosophy? Like, why she was kept on making the point And like, I was just thinking, like, why should philosophy be concerned with Black women, should be represented? When the underlying factor for speech, like, she thought like people should really be concerned with Black women in philosophy. And I was thinking, like, who gives a shit? Like, philosophy should be concerned with just having, better philosophy and getting to the, the good answers. We shouldn't be concerned. I mean, not me. I'm not really a philosopher, but philosophy shouldn't be concerned with how Black women, feel welcome. But I just didn't like the whole piece. Like, I just didn't get that point.
Let me see if I can respond and see if I understand. So, I think that what Sam is going to say is there's some legitimacy to your point, that philosophy shouldn't be overly concerned with race, but I think Dotson's point is philosophy might have closed the doors to things that could be learned, things that could be gained from other ways of looking at things that maybe are tied to race. Like, there may be things that are tied to the cultural aspect of race that have been kept out of philosophy because of the reliance on reason, solely on reason. Not like get rid of reason, but the reliance solely on reason might be gatekeeping in a way. Not allowing some ideas in that might actually make the field more robust.
Yes, that's a very good start to the point, right? If you're focused only on reason, then necessarily you're going to neglect social circumstances. You're going to neglect certain empirical considerations. If you just focus on reason, right, then the idea is that anybody can do philosophy just as good as anybody else. And what that seems to suggest is that there is no way at all in which one's social location has anything to do with what one is more likely to have as one's starting assumptions, what one presupposes entering a certain debate, what one is more likely to dismiss as obviously absurd, right? We are not abstract, disembodied, floating souls roaming the universe, right? We are human beings in the material world, right? We live in society. The way that we learn is a social process. And so if it's true that Black women have different experiences in the world than...
We lost you, Sam. It's not me, is it? No, we're still good. Sam, I'm going to send you a message to let you know that we can't hear you right now. I do have some rebuttals to Sam, but I don't have any on this point because I actually agree. I'll just say this while we're waiting for Sam. For me, it's like there's a reason on the Discord why one of the channels is called Philosophy and Theology, because my argument is that philosophy stands to gain from how do I want to do this? Stands to gain from theological arguments. Sam is still there, but I still can't hear him. Oh, here he comes.
Hey, what happened?
There you go. I don't know. Everything was fine on my end.
Dude, my Discord is just shit sometimes.
So what I was saying was I was sort of trying to explain why this is not a point I have any contention with, because similar to how on the Discord we made one of the channels Philosophy and Theology. And that's somewhat intentional because for me personally, I do think that philosophy could stand to gain from theological concepts. Sam, you're muted right now. I don't know if you meant to be or not.
Yeah, I gotta fucking get my dog out of this room.
But so that would, I think, be similar. It's not that's not the same as, say, race, but I guess you could make the argument that it's similar to the cultural aspect of Christianity or Judaism or Islam or Buddhism or Tao or all of these things. That is why, that is, I think, her argument is that similar to the cultural I don't know if I want to use the word cultural, but there could be ideas in theology that are not being properly considered within philosophy because philosophy is overly reliant on reason, and you can't really understand something like faith from a perspective of pure reason. There are things you can understand about faith through reason. I think Jordan Peterson's biblical series is pretty much that. It's attempting to use reason to understand faith, specifically Christianity. But I think that's her point, and I don't think I'm completely off on that. My main point with Sam, I'm gonna wait until we get there because I do think it's important. Hello, Sam. Are you back?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can get my camera to work, but it appears not to be working.
Sorry.
Whatever.
You should just turn it off then so that your picture shows up instead.
Yeah, fair. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I guess we'll come back to this Dotson point when we get to Dotson. But yeah, so this is on page 187. They say, in a rather stunning but typical example of feminist. Oh yeah, this is the citing Spivak thing where she says, Dotson is thorough, and Spivak mentions the Foucauldian origins of the idea on nearly every page of Can the Subaltern Speak, and much more likely to be deliberate erasure of the earlier postmodernists in accordance with research justice. Okay, for sure. Christy Dotson never talks about research justice, and again, the only reason that Dotson brings up Spivak is to explain how Spivak coined the phrase epistemic violence to refer to a specific phenomenon. And Dotson, in her paper, is going to be sort of building off of Spivak's starting point to develop a more rigorous conceptual analysis of what epistemic violence is. Okay. Then, okay. As has been noted in a similar case, and then it's just them saying that, they should rely. There's some example of someone saying that they should argue, or is it in some other case, someone does say somewhere, oh, you should focus on Patricia Hill Collins rather than citing Foucault. Okay, right. I don't doubt that this is a practice in some parts of academia for sure. I imagine it happens, right? But their claim that Dotson is doing it for Foucault is silly, I think. If you read Dotson's paper and you read Spivak's paper, I think it'll be pretty clear. Okay. And they say a menagerie of new terms. Oh man, I forgot about this part. They have this really strange thing where they said that theologians, metaphysicians, and theorists who tinker with the concept of knowledge do so to make sure that their moral beliefs qualify as knowledge. She says, this is why Plato described knowledge as justified true beliefs. Like, okay, dude, nice try. You went to a high school teacher's philosophy 101 class who was particularly anti-Plato, and you got it, right? Plato described knowledge as justified true belief, right? And first of all, Plato writes dialogues. It's not at all clear that Plato was endorsing that definition of knowledge, right? Socrates ends up there based on a line of question and answer. And to say that this is why Plato, okay, Emma, this is exceedingly frustrating to see this in a fucking book with like, oh my God. Okay.
I think that's how a lot of people feel about Robin DiAngelo's book.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. Page 189, they start talking about epistemic injustice. And I explained it earlier. And they eventually say that, look, this was rejected overall by the social justice scholarship community. Why? Because Miranda Fricker's proposed solution to the problem of epistemic injustice and sort of her analytical approach to the problem generally is too individualistic, right? So Fricker says that testimonial injustice happens to individuals based on group identity-based prejudice, but that the prejudice is ultimately something that we attribute to the individual and not like a broader system. And Fricker's proposed solution is to cultivate these epistemic virtues. She say that basically it's an epistemic vice to have to be perpetually prejudiced against people and to enact testimonial injustice on that basis. And so we should sort of cultivate a kind of epistemic humility in order to be able to better spot our prejudices and prevent them from from undermining the credibility of other people in an unjustified way. And now, apparently, people said that this is not good enough because it's too individualistic. And I definitely have seen criticisms in academic literature, in academic philosophy literature, of Miranda Fricker on that basis, right? So that's true that people have taken her to task for being too individualistic about these things. They say on page 190 that this spawns a vast specialized vocabulary, and so Christy Dotson coins, I'm just going to quote now. In 2014, Christy Dotson expanded and recontextualized Fricker's concept of epistemic injustice, which she sees as a superficial aspect of a bigger, less tractable identity group-based problem she calls epistemic oppression. This form of oppression is alleged to occur when the knowledges and knowledge-producing methods said to be used by marginalized groups, including folk wisdom and witchcraft, are not included within our prevailing understanding of knowledge. Okay, so this is a point that I critique in my review. I say like they attribute to Christy Dotson a sort of belief in some epistemic value of witchcraft, right? And I had read several Christy Dotson papers where witchcraft, the word witchcraft is nowhere to be found. And I went and I Command F and I typed in witchcraft just to be sure that I didn't miss it in a footnote or something. And no, as a matter of fact, witchcraft is not present in any of those papers. But Helen Pluckrose's response on Twitter was actually no. We didn't say that Dotson said anything about witchcraft, which, if you technically look at the way that they phrased it, is true. Because the way that they do it, they say, in 2014, Dotson expanded and developed this concept that she calls epistemic oppression, period. Next sentence. This form of oppression is alleged to occur. Alleged to occur by whom? Who can the implication be except by Dotson?
So when does she think it occurs? Let's do that, because I don't the concept that, like, I get epistemic injustice, but I have a hard time with the idea that it constitutes oppression in any situation.
Well, what she's saying is that epistemic injustice is a feature of epistemic oppression. She's not saying all epistemic injustice. Well, I mean, she thinks that, let's see, how would you say it? So she does, I think largely this definition that they give, that the knowledges and knowledge producing methods are by some marginalized group are not recognized by the dominant knowledge producing system. That's basically what epistemic oppression is for her, right? And now she doesn't necessarily say like these groups have to be marginalized, like, right? She doesn't imply that this only happens to like racial minorities and queer people or trans people or etc. But I mean, by definition, right, any dominant knowledge systems excluding another system, that latter system is in that case marginalized. It's pushed to the margins, right? It's pushed outside of the dominant knowledge system, Right. So they're right that it is alleged to occur when those knowledge producing methods said to be used by marginalized groups are not included within our prevailing understanding of knowledge.
That's where we see it differently.
They inserted witchcraft and
yeah, I get it. They're being hyperbolic in a way. I think to make a point. So like here, when I hear you say push to the margin, I see it as allowed into the margin and kept there, which is different, because the idea that my personal opinion is that we have a really bad relationship with the margin in our culture. The margin is a place of usefulness in both directions. It's a place to let things in and to keep things at bay and to decide what comes all the way in or doesn't. So I get why, like.
But wait a minute. Can I just, like, because Dotson is not saying that anything at the margin being there is oppressive. That's not what Dotson is saying.
No, but being kept there. Forced.
Well, no, not necessarily, because we keep pedophiles at the margin in our society. Like, we don't.
True.
Like knowledge systems that say pedophilia is a good thing, right? If there were such a knowledge system, we would keep it at the margin, right? And I don't think Dotson would have any issue with that. But I think the way that Dotson would say it is, look, this is not a knowledge system, because as most people think about knowledge, something can't be a knowledge system if what it's advocating is not true, right? I can't have a knowledge system that says apples and oranges are the exact same thing. There's just actually no distinction, right? They're the same thing. Well, is that why wouldn't we call that instead a belief system? Because it's false beliefs, right?
Well, isn't every
is like the Flat Earth Society a knowledge system?
Sure. I mean, because I think everything is belief.
Well, I was reading like one of the papers, and they pointing out that, well, before someone saw a black swan, they thought all swans were white. So they were saying, if you said that, you know, there's only white swans, you would be right according to, you know, the knowledge at the time,
standards of the day. Yeah.
Right. So I think they were making the point that, like, as far as, you know, knowledge and reason, you're only, you know, you could only go as far as you're capable of knowing, like, you know, so you might be wrong, I guess.
So no, you're reminding me of an important thing that she brings up. The paper we're talking about here, conceptualizing epistemic oppression, is very abstract and technical. And you're right. I think I was wrong to say that, like, she would necessarily preclude calling any sort of belief system a knowledge system if in fact the beliefs it was producing were false. I don't think she would necessarily say that. You're right. But what she's saying is not just like any, you know, according to our standards, right? It's not the case that the Flat Earth Society is a knowledge system, right? We wouldn't say that. And so just like according to back in the day standards, people who believe that, you know, the earth was round would not have a knowledge system. They would be neglecting, according to the internal standards of the dominant one, this would not be a knowledge system. But what Dotson is saying is, look, every knowledge system has its limits. And when a knowledge system is not able to detect its own limits, right? Which basically most knowledge systems suffer from this problem to some degree or other. And
I think they have to.
Right. And so when there is an actual knowledge system outside the boundaries that can contribute positively to this dominant knowledge system, can open it up and actually teach it something important, then if it is neglected, if it is oppressed, if it is just sort of outright rejected or ignored, then that would constitute epistemic oppression.
I mean, this just sounds like how Christianity took over Rome.
So, okay, I don't know what you mean by that. And if I ask you to clarify, I feel like we're going to get way off topic. And so, again, like I'm not objecting to my whole purpose in my critiques of this chapter are not to defend Dotson's ideas.
I know.
They're just trying to point out the points where they don't even represent her ideas correctly, right? And I'm saying here, the definition they give in this case is not flawed in itself. The problem is with the inclusion of folk wisdom and witchcraft.
They do represent some ways that what she's written has manifested in reality. I mean, holding her responsible for that is a little it's not fair.
Again, if they write it as, look, this manifests this way or is interpreted this way, fine. But what we're going to see as they go on to discuss Fricker is not, I'm sorry, Dotson is not that at all. It's Dotson says this.
I generally agree with you on that's my problem with the whole book. And if they had just moved it just a little bit, like that's why I'm a pragmatist. Things are what they do. If they had made that argument, they'd have had a solid argument. But they're taking things are what they do and then trying to put it on things are what they say they are.
Well, I'm not sure, but I don't think that they could really become pragmatists because the pragmatist conception of truth is like the furthest thing from their wheelhouse.
No, I agree with you. My point is really that they are attacking, I think, the valid things that people feel when they read this, that like this is real, are the things that these theories are doing, at least in some way. Or an argument could be made that's what they're doing. But
Jimmy, we've gone over this point a million times in this book club.
I know. I just I think that's the problem. That's the ultimate problem with the book. If they had just stuck with that, it would have been a good argument. But
But then the book would no longer be the book because the book purports to describe what the scholarship is actually saying.
Yeah. If they had said what the scholarship is doing, it would have been a much better book.
Okay.
All of my notes are on that, so it's really hard. Because
does anyone else have anyone who's like has been sitting on anything?
I'm not sure I've been able to be heard until now. I think I've had trouble with my Discord settings. It's Ian here in the UK. I was going to go back to one of the comments he made before around the contribution of the knowledge to the dominant culture.
Okay.
And isn't it that judgment that's made by the dominant culture itself that constitutes the oppression in inverted commas that's being described? The fact that the input of knowledge provided by the Flat Earth Society is adding anything of value, is it that judgment in itself that's at issue here?
So this is an interesting question about Dotson. I think the answer would be no. I think what she would want to say is, look, the dominant knowledge system in this case can actually give a reasoned argument as to why it rejects the Flat Earth Society, and like the arguments that it gives would be good, versus in the case of genuine epistemic oppression, I think for Dotson, it would be such that the dominant society either refuses to hear or lacks the conceptual resources to understand the argument being made by the marginalized knowledge group. But you can take a look at the paper yourself. It is very abstract and technical. And so like it does raise these sorts of questions.
Yeah, and I feel like, obviously I can't speak for Dotson, I don't have that sort of insight. Is that how it was intended and how it's actually being applied in practice by the types of people that are being criticised by Pluckrose and Lindsay? Is it that in that gap that the real crux of this lies?
So are you talking about like the rest of the scholars, or are you talking about like activism?
Perhaps more the activism. I think a lot of this comes down from sort of the what's actually happening out there on social media relative to what's being discussed by the scholars themselves, and how those distortions have arisen, and perhaps a lot of this arises from that gap, perhaps, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that definitely the activists who read Christy Dodson, right, if they're not like very knowledgeable with a background in philosophy or epistemology, then they might not grasp all of the nuance that Dodson is building into that. And also, I mean,
nuance always gets lost.
Sorry, say it again.
Nuance has a tendency to get lost.
Yes,
I mean,
right,
Christy
exactly.
Dodson has a paper on how like philosophy needs to rethink how they think in order to be more inclusive to Black women. Like, how is that not like Twitter social justice 101?
Just can you please wait until we get to that point? Like, I will respond to all of your objections to Dodson on that paper, but like, let's get to that point first, right? Ian, so there's the loss of nuance. It gets lost in translation, and then there's also the fact that activists really don't have all that much of an incentive to accurately understand the scholarship, right? Because they can just use it for whatever purposes they find it to be able to help them pursue. So, I mean, if they're not publishing secondary literature on Dodson, then they don't have to necessarily go through the paper very carefully and make sure that they understand the structure of the argument. So there's that as well. And I agree that if I think that a lot of the weight, the appeal of Pluckrose and Lindsay's arguments in this book come from people's experience with sort of internet activism, social media activism, campus protests, etc., and not people reading like Foucault and being like, oh God, I can't believe that he said this, or reading any of these philosophers at all.
Of course, because it's the internet activism and the implications of that are actually making more of a difference in people's lives, rather than the black and white of what's there on the page.
That's constantly my argument. That's constantly what I'm saying. Is like
exactly
the fact.
It's like, so they should have written the book differently. Like, they should have said, look, no matter whether these people are misinterpreting these philosophers or not, this is how they're interpreting them, right? But then they would have had to do like all this rigorous like data analysis of like tweets and Facebook posts and all sorts of things that, let's face it, they don't have the background to do. Instead, they can critique these scholars and give sort of caricatures of what they're actually saying in these journals and pose it as and then they get the added bonus of being able to actually accurately characterize Robin DiAngelo and say, look, this is what it's heading to, right? Like, yeah. So my argument would be, as Jimmy has said, and as, I mean, we've just said so many times, is like, this book would be a lot more respectable if, instead of going after the philosophers, the academics, and misrepresenting them, or at least not at all giving sufficient evidence for the claims that they're saying these authors are making in the journals and in their books, and if they instead just said, look, doesn't matter, what exactly they said, but here's how they're being represented.
Yeah. Okay. I largely agree. I feel that they're sort of mirroring the caricatures, perhaps, that are then being reflected by DiAngelo and by the kinds of social media.
That is like Sam's big point, and I think he's right. It's like really, it's really frustrating because I want to just like stomp on Sam, but like I can't. I honestly can't. Like, and you know, here's a great example, right? In the next on 191, they say, to circumvent more rigorous methods when rigor stands between them and their ideological claims, theoretical or practical, social justice scholars attempt to justify this with an attitude that sees science and reason as unjustly privileged. Now, that's something I actually think not unjustly privileged, but okay, yeah, there actually are some problems with science in my life. I don't know if there is. I doubt there is in university, to be honest. Regardless of their ability to accurately describe reality and make predictions about it, over the wide variety of identity-based, quote, ways of knowing. The problem for them is that scientific forms of knowledge production aim to be objective and universal, and, at least in most people's view, frequently succeed at that aim. No. Science is not, I mean, it makes universal claims about physics, and it tends to make strong universal arguments about physics. But that's just a weird thing to bring up, isn't it?
I mean, I still haven't seen evidence of like the scholars that they're saying see science as unjustly privileged in exactly this way, actually doing so, except those exceptions, those like 2 exceptions in the post-colonial theory chapter. I've seen some people, like there's evidence that those thinkers, the way that they described research justice, actually do believe that. But none of the other theorists that I've seen them cite make those claims. They might claim them about specific disciplines within, with specific specific sciences. But I don't think that we've been given evidence to see, oh, this is what they think about science, all very generally.
Yeah, I don't want to detract here, but I would love to get into a conversation with you about why this is a great example of why everything is a religion and science is just following the same pattern.
Goodness. Oh, goodness. Well, I mean, certainly if everything is a religion, then the religion for Pluckrose and Lindsay is, well, they have a few: liberalism, science,
reason.
Reason. Mostly, I'd say liberalism, science, and capitalism. They see these things. They explicitly say in the book that these things are not meta-narratives. These are These are self-correcting patterns of reasoning, right? And that the arguments for capitalism, but they never even give an argument for capitalism. Anyways, that we'll get to that in next week when we wrap up the book, when we focus on their positive proposals. So that'll be a good place where you can tell me that everything's religion. Now, instead of science, apparently, page 192, social justice scholarship advocates for other ways of knowing. Now, they don't tell us where they got this phrase, other ways of knowing. Okay. They say examples of this are common, where they're talking about, okay, yeah, this is important. So page 192, instead of science, social justice scholarship advocates for other ways of knowing derived from theoretical interpretations of deeply felt lived experience. It argues that reason and evidence-based knowledge are unfairly favored over tradition, folklore, interpretation, and emotion because of the power imbalances baked into them. Without the slightest awareness of the racist and sexist implications, theory views evidence and reason to be the cultural property of white Western men. Okay, theory, one more time. Theory views evidence and reason to be the cultural property of white Western men.
Big claim.
All right, let's get that evidence, right? Evidence and reason are so important. Give me some evidence and some reason to believe that.
Well, it's funny because if they had worded it as theory manifests in ways that result in seeing that things that way, it would almost be self-evidently true. I mean, you won't. Everybody, I think, is starting to experience the reality of that's how people are starting to think.
Let's not go there because it's irrelevant, and that'll be.
I think that's what they're
supremely
playing
relevant
off
for
of,
chapter
though.
9.
That's what they're.
No, that's what chapter 9 is supposed to talk about, right? Is like, look, you see this problem in the scholarship, it's everywhere now, right? So let's talk about that in chapter 9.
Okay.
So because they're making both claims, right? They're saying this is a problem in the scholarship and it's seeped in and it's infecting everything. So let's focus in this chapter on the scholarship. They say, so examples of theory viewing evidence and reason to be the cultural property of white Western men, they say, are common. Dotson famously called the dominance of reason and science a culture of justification in 2012, and argued instead for a culture of praxis, which would incorporate multiple ways of knowing in order to include more diverse groups of people in philosophy. Okay, right, here we are. Skep, we're here.
Oh yeah, okay. That's what I meant to say earlier.
So first of all, Dotson does not call the dominance of reason and science a culture of justification. That is false. Go look at the paper. She does not say that. What she calls a culture of justification in professional academic philosophy is a sort of this sort of unspoken but often brought up when the rules are violated, this requirement for what you are doing as a philosopher to be clearly sort of continuous of a specific tradition of Western philosophy, right? And so if you're working on, say, W.E.B. Du Bois, right, who is a Black philosopher, sociologist, economist, political scientist, who was active in the 19th and 20th centuries. And for instance, right, there's a professor, Tommy Curry, who's a professor of philosophy at University of Edinburgh right now, I believe. And he recently tweeted about an experience he had in graduate school where he wrote an essay on Hegel, Du Bois, and one other thinker. And the professor of the class told him that he wouldn't grade the portion on Du Bois because Du Bois is not a philosopher. Now, that's wrong. Du Bois is a philosopher. If you read his work, right, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it, it's doing serious philosophy, serious social, political, moral philosophy. And so what Christy Dotson is calling this culture of justification is that you have to, any philosopher in the professional environment has to be ready at any moment to answer the question, how is this philosophy, right? Justify to me how this is philosophy. That's why, the title of her paper is what it is. Is this Christy Dotson calling the dominance of reason and science a culture of justification? No, it isn't. It's not at all. Christy Dotson distinguishes justification and validation, right? She says validation is sort of what the term she uses to talk about the different ways of sort of giving evidence for claims, right? Or for confirming truth values, right? She says validation is important. Validation is not justification. It's literally right there in the paper. And
can I give my critique of her paper? So when I was reading her paper, I was thinking, why don't just do what you want to do and don't worry about, is this considered proper philosophy? Like if you want to write about Du Bois,
here's the
write
answer,
about
because
Du Bois.
You can't get a fucking job, right, if people don't recognize what you're doing as philosophy. And if it's true that what you're doing is philosophy, then it's fucked up that people in philosophy don't recognize it as philosophy.
I don't like the idea of calling that oppression.
So hey, different paper, completely different paper. She wrote epistemic oppression later on. Okay. She doesn't call it oppression in that paper.
In this paper, she's just saying the old. I mean, from the reading this paper, I do get a little bit of the old white man, here's my critique of, you know, Hume. Here's my critique of Kant.
Where does she talk about Hume and Kant in that paper? She doesn't talk about them.
I'm not sure, but she definitely is kind of rejecting like that philosophy, and she wants like whatever, like culture of praxis. I mean, I've read the paper. I'm not exactly sure what she means by culture of praxis.
No, I'm not either. Right? I mean, it's not the most highly specified and well fleshed out thing in the world. But I would take no issue with this part of the book if that's what they said. Instead, they said she calls the dominance of reason and science a culture of justification and argues for its replacement. And this is absolutely crucial in the arc of the argument for chapter 8, because they're giving right now examples of theory saying that evidence and reason are the exclusive cultural property of white Western men. And so they give these, oh, look, here are our examples, right? If these examples don't work, then they've given us no evidence, and they rely on this throughout the chapter to get to their conclusion, right? So it's important that they represent these examples correctly for their argument to succeed. The next example where they say,
I'll try one more time. All right, so she gives like this example of Audre Lorde, or whatever her name is.
Yes.
It's about this girl a lot in this paper, and she says, all right, what way of looking at philosophy, I forgot the other example is you ask questions and you try to find answers. But then there's Audre Lorde's way of looking of philosophy, and then she goes over, you know, some of like the best of Audre Lorde's quotes and stuff. And like I don't quite like.
No, okay.
I understood the other person. I didn't really understand like what Audre Lorde is saying, you know. So
right, okay, I got you, right, and that is I understand, because when I read this too, I had a difficult time of making out exactly what the specific point was supposed to be from the Audre Lorde quotes. Okay, that is a fair point to raise. But does that in any way whatsoever suggest that Christy Dotson sees evidence and reason as the exclusive property of white Western men? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
I mean,
all right.
Kind of.
Here, I'm gonna try really hard to play devil's advocate here.
They gotta find the exact quotes from like she uses, is, you know.
So what if there are legitimate reasons to use science to explain why a perspective should not be considered? Is that possible?
Absolutely possible.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay.
That's all I got, because it just seems.
I mean, that's what we do when we dismiss flat Earth, right? We're not saying that it's immoral to believe the flat Earth. Although, I mean, right, there's some versions of flat Earth that would be like, you know, the flat Earth, like NASA's is a Jewish conspiracy theory to dominate the world. You know, it might be immoral to believe that too, but it would be immoral to believe it because there's no evidence for it, right? Like, and it, you know, perpetuates these harmful stereotypes. We use science all the time, and like all these philosophers, especially the ones who are social justice advocates, rely on science a lot, right? Like they will cite statistics that say, look, you know, the median black household wealth is 1/100th of or no, what, 1/10? Yeah, probably 1/10 of the median white household wealth in the US, right? That is relying on evidence and reason, right? And can you think of any social justice argument that doesn't in some way, I mean, I just called it an argument.
2 + 2 = 5.
Yeah, right, exactly. Because there's a lot of people saying that these days, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure Christy Dotson says it in that paper.
I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that being considered a valid argument.
Wait, I was kidding.
I know.
I don't know anyone who actually. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right.
But I guess I don't know. This is why I always return to there's a PR problem.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So you guys want to hear a banger from Audre Lorde?
Sure.
Saying the providence of intelligence and rationality belong to the white male. But if you are traveling a road that begins nowhere and ends nowhere, the ownership of the road is meaningless. If you have no land out of which the road comes, no place that road goes to, geographically, no goal, that existence of the road is totally meaningless. Leaving rationality to white men is like leaving a piece of the road that begins nowhere and ends nowhere. That's
okay. So, I mean, you can interpret that as saying what they're saying. And who said that? Audre Lorde. Right?
Yeah.
Not Christy Dodson.
Christy Dodson loves. Right.
Oh, yeah. Right. Guilty by association. That's not fallacious.
Well, I mean, half the paper on that, like a fourth of the paper is like her going over how there's, there's two ways to look at philosophy, and how Audre Lorde's way is very valuable. And I'm reading it, and it's very hard to understand.
Do you see the problem with your argument? You're saying, look, but like this part of the paper, just praising Audre Lorde. So, I mean, Christy Dodson must believe it. Right.
But I mean, it seems like she values this over the other guy, which I mean, it seems like it's kind of like the other, like the other guy that she brings up is supposed to be the dumb guy, and Audre Lorde is supposed to be showing us like the truth here.
Sure. So it seems that way to you, right? Your lived experience of reading this paper presents this, and you don't need to cite any page numbers whatsoever. You can just say, because of your lived experience, that Christy Dodson believes evidence and reason to be superior.
I'm on 6.2 of living as a problem to be solved.
No, okay. So like I'm glad that you I know you can give me the page numbers, right? But you're not writing the book claiming that Dodson sees evidence and reason as the cultural property of white Western men. And here, what is the citation that they give for this? They write one sentence. Examples are common. Dodson famously said this. Endnote 18. They write the name of the paper. No page number. Then, next, other scholars have argued that rational and scientific approaches limit Anglo-American epistemologists from accepting broader and multiple ways of knowing, right? This is... who do they cite here? This is 19. Does anyone quickly flip to it? It would take me a while to get there.
Wait, where?
Endnote 19, chapter in the back, chapter 8, endnote 19.
Yeah, I got you.
Because
code epistemic responsibility.
Say it again.
Code epistemic responsibility.
Lorraine Code. Yeah. Okay, so I talk about this so that's not at all what Lorraine Code says in that paper. I haven't read it since I put out my review, but I read the paper carefully to put my review out, and I give a quote from Lorraine Code with a page number, in fact, in the review. Where is it? Here. Sorry, it's like 5,000 pages, so I just got to make sure I get it. Yes, so I'm just reading from my review. Citing a recent essay by Lorraine Code, Pluckrose and Lindsay state that some philosophers have argued that rational and scientific approaches limit Anglo-American epistemologists from accepting broader and multiple ways of knowing. What Code is pushing back against, right? I say this is wrong. What Code is pushing back against is the atomistic model of epistemology suggested by excessive focus on individualistic cases, right? So for a long time in analytic philosophy, when people are talking about knowledge, right, the standard sorts of examples they give are like, I'm sitting on a chair and I look in front of me and I come to believe this is a table, right? Like, this is just like something that anyone could believe at any point, like just very individualistic approach to knowledge, right? And to knowledge acquisition, right? Or the claim is that this individualistic focus have limited or have sort of constrained philosophers' ability to theorize knowledge as a fundamentally social process, right? Because you don't just learn things on your own. We're all social beings. We come to learn things based on people teaching us in our childhood, and then we come to form concepts and we learn more things and blah, blah, blah. It's very social. And so then, right? And so they're claiming that rational and scientific approaches, she's saying rational and scientific approaches limit Anglo-American epistemologists from accepting broader and multiple ways. So she doesn't talk about broader and multiple ways of knowing in this essay at all. What she's talking about is the excessive hyper-focus on reason and the individual rational agent. She doesn't talk bad about science and reason at all, right? And then the quote I give here, Code explicitly recommends that, quote, respect for empirical evidence, commitment to truth-seeking and objectivity, and adherence to public standards of inquiry remain. That is on, just get the citation for people listening. That is on page 93 of her essay, Epistemic Responsibility, in the Routledge Handbook of Epistemic Injustice from 2017. Okay, what's next?
We haven't even gotten to the 3 examples yet.
They say still others recommend emotion as an unjustly neglected means of arriving at reliable knowledge. Alison Wolfe calls this the reason-emotion divide and describes it as a construct of the Western philosophical tradition. She advocates foregrounding feelings as a way of knowing. This is simply false. This is not what she says in the paper. Okay. In Alison Wolfe's essay, what she's arguing is that there are cases in which focusing on our emotions can actually help us to come to a better understanding of the truth, right? It's not the case that always we should ignore our emotions in our pursuit of the truth, right? Because a lot of what we do is, right, if we want to know the truth about, what we actually want to become in life, right? Do you want to be a firefighter, right? I don't, right? How do I know that that's not true? Well, it's because in part, I can reflect on my emotions and think about whether I have any passion for the idea of becoming a firefighter, or if there are other things that I'm more passionate about. So they're just completely misrepresenting her. Like, just completely misrepresenting.
I feel like that's a bit of, from what you're saying in the same with the previous one, it feels like more that they're maybe a little bit over-interpreting something rather than, it doesn't feel fair to me to say they're completely misrepresenting it.
What is it to over-interpret someone and then write your interpretation of them as what is going on? That is misrepresentation.
This is why this fucking book frustrates the fuck out of me. It's really frustrating for me. Because I want to disagree with Sam, but like I can't disagree with those points.
Like, read the essay, man. And that's what I'm saying is, like, their whole book is predicated on the idea that nobody will fact check. Because they're like, look, we did the reading so you don't have to. Or like, we did the reading so we could convince you that you would fucking have an aneurysm if you actually did it.
What page are you on right now, Sam?
Of the book, I'm on page at the bottom of 192 was the last sentence of 192 was what I just read.
Can we jump ahead a little bit, or is there something
I mean, sure. Yeah, we can jump ahead a little bit.
Because I have some things, but I think it's going to take too long to get there.
Sure. So I'll just gloss over a little bit. They say on 194 that, like, standpoint theory is super crucial to social justice scholarship, right? Standpoint theory being the idea that what your social identity is in a society, right? What identity groups you're a member of can have an influence on the way that you see the world, what you take knowledge to be, what you take yourself to be justified in believing, what you take to be true, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they present standpoint theory as just like this monolithic, clear, unified ideology, whereas in fact there are lots of disagreements between standpoint theorists about what exactly the best way to characterize standpoint theory is. How weak or how strong should our vision of standpoint theory be? But of course, they don't talk about that. I'll leave people to read my review on that if they.
Well, we're going to talk about your review.
But let's.
What do you think about the Mills quote on 197 that goes on to 198? Because
the Charles Mills quote.
I thought that quote was. I don't like it.
I'm sure you don't like it because you're white fragile. Give me 1 sec to pull it up in context.
Because I'm white fragile. No, it's not because I'm white fragile. So I'm open.
That's evidence that you're white fragile, that you just said that. So.
I know. I can't get out of it. Sorry. My skin, it just won't come off.
I just can't change it. I tried. I put on the accent and everything, and then I got the history job, and then I just couldn't bear it. So I came out and I told the world I was lying, and I'm white. Okay.
I don't like the early. So like first, I agree a little bit on 196 because I agree that there is a like when you try to explain to a materialist determinist that there are other ways of understanding the world, it's like impossible. You almost can't do it because you need them to think in a different way than they think. Do you know what I mean? We've had discussions like that on the Discord.
I think I know what you mean.
So I agree with that like there's this weird problem where if there's a default way of looking at things and you're trying to explain a different way of looking at it that requires a sort of different not that, like, let's say it's reason, not using pure reason to understand it, there is a problem. But on the other side, then they start associating that with virtue and vice. But again, you're going to attack probably the citations and how they are interpreting it. But the way they interpret it, what?
Which part are you talking about?
So, like the bottom of 196 and then the whole next page, like the end of that whole section. Jose Medina. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So their discussion of Jose Medina is not very good. I didn't have time to read the entirety of his book, but I found I went into like specifically certain parts of it to check that sounded especially suspect to me, and I only criticized the parts of their representation that discussed pieces that I actually did go and read. But you're talking about epistemic virtues and epistemic vices,
yes,
right? Yeah. So basically, the idea is that the socially privileged can be epistemically disadvantaged, right? Because their privilege sort of gifts them this ignorance is bliss type view of the world, and they might not see any reason whatsoever to look into the realities of oppression, right? Let's assume that, right, they are privileged and there is oppression going on in their society.
I don't think there's a correlation there at all. I mean, you could have the same thing with the flat earthers. They could be, blissfully unaware.
I mean, I don't see what your point or what your objection is.
I don't think there's I think that those are just human things. Those are just like whether your epistemology is dominant or not. Those are both just human things.
But he's not talking about your epistemology being dominant, right? He's saying that he's not saying that the socially privileged are epistemically privileged. He's saying the opposite.
I know.
He's saying that the people in power are less likely to have a full, accurate understanding of social reality because they never see.
I don't think that's true at all. I mean, I think they might be less, they might be more, depending on the situation and what you're talking about.
So Jimmy, if you're pushing back on Jose Medina, like, I got it.
And then the Mills quote, I really didn't. I don't like the idea that virtues and vices are at all correlated to that. I think that that's just human beings have virtues and vices, or just a mixed bag of it all. And your position in
but
some
they're talking
dominant,
about specifically epistemic ones, right?
yeah. I don't agree.
It's okay.
I don't.
Can I weigh in? I had some time with that book, with the Jose Medina one.
Go ahead.
So first of all, vice here isn't in the moral sense; it's in the epistemic sense. So an epistemic vice is something that would restrict you from getting to knowledge. It can be morally neutral. It's just bad ways of thinking, basically. So that's the sense in which we're using the word vice.
But I think that's true of both ways. I mean,
so,
I don't think you're more or less likely to have that problem based on either criteria. So
you'd have to kind of follow the book for that, but so he clarifies that it's not necessary, right? You can like, and there are also ways in which, like, growing up with a privileged background can actually get you some epistemic virtues. But for example, if you've been sort of assumed to be correct a lot, and people around you always have to kind of reaffirm your ideas, you might get the feeling that you're always right. And I think if you look at certain people who are very privileged, very rich, you'll see this kind of attitude of, like, people haven't told them that they're wrong enough in their life.
I could tell you the same thing about people who are in really genuinely disadvantaged situations who feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, he's again, he's not saying that this is necessary. He's just describing a way in which people can be.
I think that it's possible, sure, but I think it's equally possible in both directions. I don't see any kind of correlation there at all. I don't.
So if you think it's equally possible, then, like, okay, you can think that, right? Nobody here right now has, like, data on their side, and so right, Yanai and I are a priori a little bit more inclined to think that what Jose Medina is describing is a real phenomenon. You're more inclined to think it's not, and we have our presuppositions about this. None of us really have data to go one way or another. This is not going to be a productive conversation.
Okay, fair. I just thought that the points made there, if that's an accurate representation of Medina, I think they make that's a valid point to bring up to me, because that pushes the idea that that inevitably, if that's true, then you should listen to people in disadvantaged situations because they understand their own. Yeah.
No. You didn't hear what Yanai said with the qualification.
I did, right? But maybe I didn't understand it.
It's not automatic. It's not automatic at all, right? He's not like, if it were automatic, then you would have people, then we could just say things like, find the most oppressed person in society and make them the dictator, right? Because they're the most epistemically privileged.
No. I mean,
more than anybody else.
In a let's say a specific disagreement where a rich person is in a disagreement with a poor person about money. Like, should we just listen to the poor person?
Why? How does that in any way follow from what Jose Medina says?
It's more something like, when you try to think what kind of epistemic vices I have, what kind of bad ways of thinking do I have, you need to consider, like, these things might have affected me. So I might not have been challenged on these things. These are things that I should consider and try to practice, like being better about. So I should definitely try to listen to people from different backgrounds to kind of learn things that I would not have learned in my upbringing. But definitely not, if someone from this kind of upbringing says something, it has more epistemic validity or anything like that. They always, like, these people add so many clarifications that we're never talking about. But they always say...
Isn't the explicit claim that the advantaged
you're really relying on their representation?
I know that's why I'm asking if it's accurate. So, like, if it's accurate, then they're claiming that if you're epistemically spoiled, meaning that then you will have a harder, you're more likely to have a harder time understanding the other than they would have understanding you. They'll understand your vices better than you'll understand theirs. That seems to be the claim.
How I imagine it is that what Jose Medina would say, because I know how academic philosophers qualify these things, is he wouldn't say necessarily you're more likely. He would say something like, all things being equal, right? Every other variable being accounted for, right? And sort of not confounding the results in this case, there is a higher likelihood of this being so. But that never means, from there being a higher likelihood, that in any particular circumstance, you should do a specific thing.
Okay, so Hume. We're back to the...
What do you mean, Hume?
Well, you're saying that doesn't justify any ought.
But kind of reminds me of like the concept.
I'm not saying it doesn't justify any ought. I'm making a point about statistics.
Yeah, but you're saying from that does not, like, even if that's true, that does not mean that you should listen to a person because based on their privilege or whatever the word is.
No. Well, I think you're misunderstanding here, because to get to the ought, you would need all these extra pieces of information about the particularities of whatever circumstance you're in and the disagreement that you're having with another person, right? So their relative history of being disadvantaged and your relative history of being advantaged are one variable each among many, right? That's what I'm saying here. And so that in no way can you get to the conclusion from what Medina is saying, if it's interpreted as a probabilistic claim, that you should always listen to the more oppressed person.
It's hard not to see how that's not what comes out of that.
Jimmy, you understand probability, right?
I do understand. I understand what you are saying.
Okay. So then I have no idea how you get to. It's hard to see how that couldn't inevitably follow.
I mean, just think about how you described how science-minded people often see religion. Mm-hmm. Like, you would like them to kind of notice that they have a bias against religion, kind of self-correct for that sometimes, maybe realize that they don't know everything about it, they've kind of been biased against it, but definitely not that they, like, by saying that, you would never be saying, everything that a religious person says is true. They always describe their religion the best.
No, that's okay. Maybe I'm not explaining my problem. The way I'm reading this, and again, I'm not claiming Medina said this. This might be completely wrong. But the way I'm reading this is, in that situation, because I'm the oppressed one, I understand that they can't see, but they can't understand that I can see.
Wait a minute. Because you're the oppressed one, mm-hmm. You understand that they can't see? So are you saying that if we take what Medina is being represented here as saying, then it follows that the privileged can actually never come to understand?
That's the way oppression? I'm reading it. Or not never. Just
so I don't think that's true at all.
Not never. Just that it's more likely that they're not going to understand, and I will.
Right. And so then we're right back to the previous point, where if it's a claim about probability, then no, it's not the case that anytime you see or that you're in a disagreement with someone who's, say, more privileged, that you can infer based on that they can't understand oppression.
No, I get it. I get it. I'm going to back off of that. But their claim is that statistically, that would be the case.
Is that statistically, if you have the averaged oppressed person and the average privileged person,
right,
then there will be these sort of correlated epistemic virtues and vices.
Yes.
On average.
Right. So like if in this hypothetical situation where we know no details, right? the statistics would help you predict whether that was happening or not. It can't know, but it might say, well, there's a 60% chance that this is what's happening. That, right?
Okay, yeah, like that's one possible way that it could be fleshed out. But again, I don't feel comfortable like speculating on this, not knowing all the details of the book. I mean, Yanai is more familiar with it than I am.
Okay. I mean, we don't have to stick on this. The other thing was the Mills quote after that. I did not like that quote.
You didn't like the quote. Okay. So the quote is about how the racially subordinated, the epistemic privileges basically seems to be the idea. This is basically standpoint theory.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I want to first get the context of the quote so I can see where it is that he's saying this. Racially subordinated. Yeah, okay. So, okay. So first he does a long quote of W.E.B. Du Bois, where the idea is it's actually a modification of Plato's cave as well. And then later he talks about Christy Dotson's modification of Plato's cave. Du Bois says, this is the Du Bois quote: "It is as though one looking out from a dark cave sees the world passing and speaks to it, speaks courteously and persuasively, showing them how these entombed souls are hindered in their natural movement, expression, and development, and how their loosening from prison would be a matter not simply of courtesy, sympathy, and help to them, but aid to all the world. One talks on evenly and logically in this way, but notices that the passing throng does not even turn its head, or if it does, glances curiously and walks on. It gradually penetrates the minds of the prisoners that the people passing do not hear, that some thick sheet of invisible but horribly tangible plate glass is between them and the world. The passing white world either do not hear at all or hear but dimly, and even what they hear, they do not understand." So Du Bois is talking about white people in either slave society or post-slavery Jim Crow America, and their sort of, I don't know the extent to which he is generalizing or saying this is everyone, or he's saying that this is a phenomenon that you can see in most of the white population, or exactly what he's saying. But something about that is that there's like this this extent to which white people do not see social reality, right? They're separated by this veil or some very thick plexiglass, and that's basically the idea. And so now Mills is talking about it, and he's saying that so Du Bois, he's analyzing Du Bois. He says that for Du Bois, those in the darkness of the cave already know the social truth, namely that they are living in an unjust society of white supremacy, and that its founding principle of non-white inferiority is false. They do not need to be illuminated, nor are there hermeneutical gaps in their cognitive apparatus and mappings of the world. The cognitive problems are on the other side. The heedless whites who, walking in the bright sunlight, exist in a cognitive darkness, a white ignorance. He says, I suggest that this scenario is more typical of the epistemic injustice involved in situations of racial domination. The racially subordinated, victims, after all, of genocide, expropriation, and slavery, are often quite well able to recognize their situation. It is not, or not always, that the imprisoned lack the concepts, the hermeneutical resources to understand their situation, but that the privileged lack the concepts and find them incredible or even incomprehensible because of their incongruity with white supremacist ideology. Do they quote more than that in the book?
No.
Where do they stop?
I don't think so.
Oh no, they say even if they were to hear, or Mills says, even if they were to hear what blacks were saying, they still would not be able to hear them because of the conceptual incoherence of the Black framework of assumptions within with their own dominant framework. Whites are imprisoned, reversing the metaphor, in a cognitive state which both protects them from dealing with the realities of social oppression and, of course, disables them epistemically. Okay, so you want to explain your objection?
I think that it's possible that any group is, quote, imprisoned and unable to see the other, but I don't think that the opposite isn't true. So, like, yes, definitely, especially back then, the majority, if not all, white people in this country were imprisoned by a thought, right? Maybe not all, but one, it's not because of their, it's not something that can't be overcome by some individuals, and I would say that it's been increasingly.
And I think that
done.
I think that Mills would accept that. I mean, his classes nowadays, he makes that.
But I would add that
clear.
there's almost certainly a blindness in the other direction.
Elaborate.
I'm sure that groups can't hear each other. That it's not that one group can't hear the other. I'm positive that both groups can't.
Positive. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I feel as sure as I can be that is true. Now, the effects of not being able to be heard are probably different based on each group. So if you're the group that has control of things and you can't hear the other, probably the effects you're going to have on the other group are going to be severe, more severe, or potentially more severe, at least. But that doesn't mean that somehow the oppressed group has special hearing powers. If there's a gap, then there's a gap. There are probably people who understand both, and there are probably people who don't understand the other, and there are probably mostly some sort of mishmash of both. I might understand some things and not others.
So my question for you would be, what? So like the clear thing which the whites who are trapped in this cognitive prison, in this metaphor, are not able to hear from Black people who are oppressed in this society, is like the crucial contents of what Black people would be trying to communicate them that white people cannot really hear, would be claims about either the falsity of like white supremacist ideology, or the extent to which they are oppressed in society, right? Those would be like the main examples.
Probably, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
And then, so my question for you would be, what is the main example on the other side that white people are trying to get across to the Black people that they are unable to hear?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. Would I? How would I know what other people don't understand?
I mean, you're so sure that people are not hearing each other. I mean, like, what are the kinds of things that they would not be hearing? Like, what?
In that specific situation?
I could give you some examples of, so with like I guess you could bring up like affirmative act. Like a lot of these scholars, they talk about so much about how Black people are oppressed and stuff. And I'm sure they are, but there are some advantages to being Black too. Like getting into, better colleges, maybe getting a job over a white person. So why don't they talk about those stuff?
I suggest to, I don't think that's a productive kind of direction of study, because they would object to that and claim that those are small compensations that don't override the degree of white supremacy. But like, let's just not go there. I think it's important to remember like why these people are writing these books. It's not a top-down attempt to explain every epistemological phenomenon. It's an attempt to theorize like the place in which kind of I don't know, let's say Black epistemology finds itself right now. So what you have is academia that is predominantly white, like very strongly. And then you have this attempt to kind of integrate people in, and they're trying to theorize some of the difficulties within that. So one of the difficulties is that people who have been excluded from an institution will have forms of knowledge that haven't been structured by that institution. So that's just a problem that we're kind of going to have to find solutions for. Like most of these people aren't trying to like say these kind of far-reaching things, like always believe everything a black person tells you, or like, that's just not what they're thinking about. They're just thinking about, how do we get from a position where blacks are relatively excluded from academy to a place where they're more included.
That's all fair. I guess for me, the way I see it, I always visualize it. It's the only way I could think. If you imagine a village and there are people outside the village, and suddenly something happens in the world, and being in the village is very important. Like maybe there's no fresh water and the village has all the fresh water. I don't know. Whatever it is, suddenly it's very important that these people outside come inside. So that's a difficult situation for the reasons you're highlighting, absolutely. So like the people in the village are going to have a hard time understanding sort of the way that people understand the world and think and process things from outside the village, because their lives would just be very different. But I do think that there's nothing preventing the same in reverse. So like an example there, I guess, would be a more general example is you don't understand the fact that opening the door to things means some things are going to get in that we don't want to get in, and we have to figure that out. We don't want to do it the wrong way, but we also don't want to, we don't want this whole thing to collapse. And I mean, so you could say that that's coming from a position of privilege, and sure, but if the goal is for everybody to be in the village and for the village to continue to be a village, it's a valid concern. You don't know what it means to keep a village running if you've never been in it.
So I'll just read something short from the Jose Medina thing that I think will clarify a lot. So it says somewhere, page 29 of the Epistemology of Resistance, although it is certainly true that economically and sociopolitically privileged enjoy epistemic benefits that the more disadvantaged members of society do not, it is not the case that the economically and sociopolitically privileged accumulate only epistemic benefits. The epistemic advantages of the privileged tend to be rather explicit. Access to information, access to educational institutions, capacity to disseminate knowledge, and to command epistemic authority. So what he's saying is the fact that like some people who are privileged have a lot of access to knowledge is not something in dispute, is not something that needs to be further theorized right now. People kind of get it. What I'm trying to kind of uncover is the ways in which they might actually be underprivileged epistemically. Like that's what's going to be interesting for me right now.
Okay, and given the time, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, this was written in 2012. Like it's not old or anything, but
I mean, what I was thinking about when you were explaining it earlier was like survivorship bias, as far as like, all right, I'm rich, I'm successful. All right, wait, you don't you got to wear suits and stuff like me, and you don't wear suits. That's why you're like poor. Wear some suits. So I was kind of thinking from that perspective, like a rich person, successful person might think, everything they do is why they're successful, and not think, maybe they just got lucky and stuff. So I kind of like I kind of got what he was talking about a little bit.
I mean, I get what he's saying. I just think that it's simple. I'm trying to give an example without being hyperbolic, but like
Jimmy, you should write a paper on this and submit it to a journal.
Okay.
We're not talking about cynical theories anymore, right? We're talking about
You're
Jose
right.
Medina.
You're right. Well, we're talking about Mills, I think, mostly.
Well, yeah, we were talking about Mills for a sec. Yeah. I mean, the rest of my points about the chapter are pretty much like fleshed out in my review. So I mean, maybe let's open it up if anyone has anything else from the rest of the chapter that they want to talk about.
Mine is more. I'm more interested in talking about your review or your critique.
Let's hear also what.
Well, why don't we use your review to talk about the rest of the book, because a lot of your review centers around these three examples.
Already gone over a lot of it. We've already gone over a lot of the review, just sort of in other words. So
yeah, well,
but I mean, first, like
a lot of your article covers.
Ask, like, if
the rest of this chapter is they give 3 examples.
Yeah.
And a lot of your paper or whatever it is on centers around that.
But I also want to just like ask. I want to ask, just is there anything people wanted to talk about from perhaps before the point we're at or we're about to get to, that we haven't discussed?
Yeah, let's keep going.
If anyone had any particular points or notes or anything, bring them up if you remember, and you aren't raising them now. Okay, so.
Well, I would like to discuss. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna get to it, but are we gonna discuss the Barbara?
Yeah.
Name is part, because that's a good part
of the book. Yeah, right. So okay. So if you want to follow along on my review, I'm towards the second half.
I'll be right back, by the way.
Okay. So it's the part of the review that's technically like the second section. It says no room for debate.
Yes,
that's. And then under that, where we're at, yeah.
That's the main part that I wanted to talk about.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So they basically say, look, there's these the main problem that social justice scholarship poses is that it has started to insulate itself completely from criticism, is the idea. Is that actually, no, you can't argue against these theories, because to do so would be racist, sexist, homophobic, would be to perpetuate injustice of some form or other. And so actually, no, there are no legitimate criticisms of social justice scholarship. That is what Pluckrose and Lindsay are ultimately arguing here. And they give these 3 examples that are supposed to show this. What's the order that they put them in? Is it first Applebaum or is it first Bailey?
It's Applebaum, Bailey, and then D'Angelo, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, definitely D'Angelo is the grand finale, no question. So the book is called Being White, Being Good, and Barbara Applebaum does indeed use a Foucauldian notion, conception of power, right? At least she claims it's Foucauldian. And so she's arguing that basically all white people are complicit in systemic racism, and that acknowledging your privilege, right, has become this trendy thing. And she thinks, look, acknowledging your privilege, right, it would be problematic for us to sort of stop there, right? We shouldn't all just think that we can acknowledge our privilege and move on, and that sort of absolves us of our complicity somehow. And what Pluckrose and Lindsay say is that Applebaum demands that people believe this and does not allow people to criticize this idea in the classroom, and then I guess technically as a response to the scholarship too, that she would argue this somehow. So they cite Applebaum saying that one can disagree. This is a quote from Applebaum. One can disagree and remain engaged in the material, for example, by asking questions and searching for clarification and understanding. Denials, however, function as a way to distance oneself from the material and to dismiss without engagement. So on this reading, Barbara Applebaum only allows people to ask questions about the thesis to try to understand it. They can't disagree. So although Applebaum says that people can disagree and remain engaged, if they deny the thesis, right, because they use this word denials here, then they're not really disagreeing because they're not engaging, and one must engage in order to disagree. I think that this is based on an equivocation of the word denial here. So I'm looking at the quote on page 200 that I just read, right? They're saying that denial, right after the quote, they say denial of the truth, and then in parentheses, what we usually think of as disagreement can only mean one has not engaged with the material enough or in the right way. In other words, Applebaum proceeds upon an assumption that her thesis is true. Okay, so they read Applebaum this way. I read the Applebaum chapter in question and perceived it totally differently. I perceived her as saying that there is a lot of stuff that looks like disagreement that isn't really disagreement, right? Because people don't engage before they disagree. They sort of they dismiss it right away. And Applebaum is saying, look, that's not disagreement, right? That is white denial, she says, right? And
it's a bad word to use, to be honest. She should have used dismiss.
No, right. I understand. Like, I want to make clear that I'm not defending her view here as like the correct view. I'm just trying to say that if we want to criticize the view, which Pluckrose and Lindsay want to do, then we need to make sure we represent it right first. And I think what they're doing here is they're kind of sneaking in this equivocation of their interpretation of the word denial and making it seem like she is just saying, look, nobody can disagree with me. If you deny my thesis, then you're not disagreeing, you're doing white denial. But what she says is that as long as one is actually engaging with the material, then disagreement is acceptable, right?
Who gets to decide if there's engagement or not? I mean, who decides if
now that's a fair question. That's a fair question, right? I don't know how she defines engagement, and that would be a fair objection to her view.
I would say that
be false to say.
For me, that constitutes a classroom that I wouldn't want to be in.
No, fair. Like, I get it. That would be an uncomfortable environment. I get that. So the next thing that they say about her is that one might be forgiven for thinking that Applebaum is not really open to the possibility that people might disagree with her. Her students certainly appear to think so, right? And then they give a quote where she writes, students in courses that make systemic injustice explicit often complain in teacher evaluations that they have not been allowed to disagree in the course. Students often maintain that such courses indoctrinate a particular view about racism that they are not willing to accept. And in Applebaum's book, she talks about specific scholars who are describing this phenomenon of their students like writing this stuff, and like she cites them. She's not talking about her own students there. They represent it as if she is. And it's just like that is a straight up, just to me, a blatant misrepresentation because it's right there on the page.
Okay, let's grant that, but still talking about students, her own or anybody's, in that way is kind of concerning. Like if you feel unheard and you're white, this is how it sounds to me. If you feel unheard and that you're not allowed to disagree, and then that means somehow you are indoctrinated by a particular view about racism and not willing to accept it. I mean, that's like mind reading.
Well, wait a minute. I think for us to know the extent to which it is indoctrination or it is not indoctrination, we would need to know a lot about the particulars of the classroom settings, right? So like it could be true. Like, let's think of a different example because people, I mean, I think there's one thing Robin DiAngelo is right about. I mean, there's more than one thing that she's right about, right? Everyone's right about a lot of stuff sometimes.
I'm sure she knows how to put her pants on. Yeah, sure.
Right. At least one thing Robin DiAngelo is right about is that race is a particularly touchy subject in the United States, especially for white people. I think that's true.
It's people like her have made it a more touchy subject.
Of all races.
I think people like her have.
That might be true that they have made it that as well, but like it's never been the case that it's been super easy for white and black people to talk to each other about race in this country.
That's fair. I had it generally. Can I share a little anecdote about something that happened the other day that illustrates this, or do you want me to just shut up?
I mean, we're like kind of deep,
go for it.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
I just want to. I'm interested to hear it later though, but like, so if we instead thought about something like I mean, it seems less controversial nowadays that set aside the issue of gay marriage, right? Set aside the issue of marriage, but that, being gay itself is not immoral. Most people in the United States today, I think, accept that.
I agree.
Right. Okay. Now, if there were a class that sort of proceeded upon that assumption, say in like an ethics class, right? And you were focusing on some example, or in like a law class or something like that. I don't know, whatever context it could be. And you were talking about, I mean, I don't know if this exactly matches up.
Just think about like the how's it called, the Trail of the Monkeys or something like that, trying to teach evolution, and you always have this of people always giving you bad student reviews for teaching evolution and not teaching the controversy or whatever, right? We don't know if this is like the extent of we don't know if it's as petty as this, or maybe it's legitimate concerns, but you can see like someone writing about the general phenomenon of people kind of trolling the teacher reviews.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that students are writing bad reviews for that reason, but I don't think it's definitely not okay.
Right, but like
to assume that's
what
why.
What is this based on, Jimmy? Why do we both have these assumptions why do I have the assumption that it could be that there are these like white fragile students like actually who are just like not down to talk about this stuff in this course, right? And it could also be that like this teacher is like kind of going way overboard and causing problems for students who are actually trying to engage with the material but are being shut down by the teacher. I think that both of these could be going on, right? I'm not sure which one is more likely because I don't know the details of the school, of like the demographics of the type of students who go to that school, right? Like I just don't know.
I don't either, but I'll tell you that I know that my gut would lean towards it being.
Yes, I know that your gut would lean that way.
But the reason why, if it was phrased in such a way that, in this way, students often maintain that such courses indoctrinate a particular view about racism they are not willing to accept. I would be much more nervous about the teacher than the student.
I mean, the phrasing. I don't see what's wrong with the phrasing.
It seems like obnoxious. Like the student is trying to he's trying to understand. The teacher is like assuming that he's thinking about it wrong. So it seems like obnoxious as part of the teacher that they assume that the student is operating in bad faith when they might not be operating in bad faith.
So this, I mean, points back to the fact that we don't know exactly how she or what constitutes engagement for her. And I'm sure she defines it somewhere in the book, but I wasn't able to read the entire book, and they don't. I mean, if we've learned anything from this from this book club, it's that they know how to cherry pick quotes when it's beneficial to them. So it could be totally true that, you know, she has like this reasonable definition of engagement. It could also be true that she has a ridiculous and way too high of a you know, unreasonably high requirement for something to constitute genuine engagement.
I'd be willing to bet it's almost definitely both.
What do you mean?
I doubt it's one or the other.
But I mean, what I just said was kind of mutually exclusive. Like either she has a reasonable one or she has an unreasonable one.
Depends on the case. I think that there's probably situations that are unreasonable and situations that are totally reasonable. I've no trouble believing that there are students doing this bullshit, and that's not okay.
Well, I think the N-word example is a good example of like, because it's not obvious to me why you shouldn't say the N-word in like
this in the Bailey piece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in like a college setting, like, or an educational setting. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying it now, but
yeah, the Bailey. I wanted to read the Bailey one because that was the one that I felt like was the most. This one was a little bit like, maybe, but the second example I thought was a better example of not being allowed to disagree.
Yeah, and the teacher in that example just kind of was like, well, of course you couldn't say it because that's just you and your white privilege, you know, not looking out for minorities.
Okay,
and I know
one
better
sec.
than you, so shut up.
So the Bailey one, we'll get to that in a sec, but like the fundamental point I want to make about the Applebaum one is like, look, you see how we're having this nuanced, like very interpretive heavy discussion about what Applebaum is really saying versus how Pluckrose and Lindsay represent it as like, I mean, this is what she says.
So yeah, that's absolutely, I can't argue with you on that. You're right. They definitely, and that's why I started with, let's grant the fact that they did say something that wasn't true, or they implied it heavily.
Yeah. 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 So. Right. So. The next thing is in the Bailey article. Bailey is inspired by Applebaum, and also she cites Robin DiAngelo's earlier work in her piece. This is called Privilege Preserving Epistemic Pushback. Let me find the full title. It's called Tracking Privilege Preserving Epistemic Pushback in Feminist and Critical Race Philosophy Classes. Okay. And so she defines privilege preserving epistemic pushback as a variety of willful ignorance, a kind of willful ignorance that dominant groups habitually deploy during conversations that are trying to make social injustices visible. So these conversations are trying to make social injustices visible. And she's claiming that privilege preserving epistemic pushback is a kind of willful ignorance that sort of deflects or derails the conversation, but doesn't actually address the argument. So let me get the Pluckrose and Lindsay on the page where they're talking about this. Where is it? What page is 20? Okay, so 20
at the bottom of 201 and really starts on 202.
Yeah. Okay. So, oh my God, they started off by saying, in this essay, Bailey argues that anyone who disagrees with social justice scholarship is insincere and simply trying to preserve unjust power structures. Okay, so that's not what is going on in the essay. She gives a clear example of what it would look like to have a legitimate, productive disagreement with a particular social justice scholarship claim. And so I'll go to that first, right? This is, I discuss in my review. So then yeah, they say that, yeah, anyone who disagrees is insincere and simply trying to preserve unjust power structures. And she assumes that criticisms of social justice scholarship are simply attempts to deliberately ignore the truth according to social justice. So any criticism on what, according to what Pluckrose and Lindsay just said, is that any criticism of social justice scholarship is just an attempt to deliberately ignore something, right? Is this form of privilege preserving epistemic pushback. There's a quote on which page of Bailey. I have the endnotes in my review, but let me just get there. She says that we need to, where is it? Yeah, okay. I'm having a hard time finding it in the review, but I'm sorry, in the paper itself, but I have it quoted here in the review, and I promise that there are page numbers, right? Sorry, I'm not a postmodern critical scholar, and I put page numbers. So what Bailey says is that we need to be clear about the differences between critical thinking, healthy skepticism, and privilege preserving epistemic pushback. Okay. So there's healthy skepticism, there's critical thinking, and there are ways to disagree. This comes later as Bailey. Where are you, Bailey?
To me, like the thing that Bailey should do instead of reading like motives into people's disagreements is this like counter the disagreements, saying, "Oh, you're either trying to put up, you know, keep your privilege, or that's a bad faith. You didn't understand my point."
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, it's not, yeah,
kind of
like,
obnoxious. Yeah.
So, but I mean, so it's natural to read the phrase privilege preserving epistemic pushback as like you're doing it to try to preserve your privilege. But there's another way, which someone pointed out to me, because I originally like thought about it that way too. Like, that's what she seems to be claiming. But someone pointed out to me that you could read it as just a sort of consequentialist thing, whereas like, you know, whether you're trying to preserve your privilege or not, the outcome of this way of deflecting is a sort of privilege preserving thing, because you end up not having to confront the fact, right, according to someone on Bailey's side, of a certain social injustice, right? So you're preserving your privilege, whether you intend to or not, by simply doing something that has the result of taking you out of the conversation and preventing you from seeing social injustice. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean, that could be true in theory, but it comes off like if she uses it on someone that makes a point to counter her point, it comes off kind of like obnoxious on her part.
Right.
Because
no,
she's assuming
like,
someone's doing it in bad faith.
Well, I mean, I don't think that she's necessarily assuming that something's in bad faith. You could say that, but like the point is that she distinguishes between actual disagreement and criticism and privilege preserving epistemic pushback. Like, forget about the name. I agree, it's not a great name, right? Like, but the point here is that what they opened their discussion of this article saying is that, oh, actually, Bailey argues that you can't disagree with social justice scholarship. There's no way to actually do it. But she gives an example that they don't discuss this example. They discuss some other example. The one is that she has this claim that she puts on the board, and it's rape is a terrorist institution, right? That is a claim she puts up on the board in her class. And where is this? This is on page 887. So rape is a terrorist institution. And then she asks her students, what do you think that she means by this? Or like, do you think this is like, does this make sense? Like, you have objections to this, or do you agree with this, and like why? And so the first two responses are people who agree with it, right? And one is someone says, well, the threat of rape is analogous to the threat of terrorism. The second one says, rape culture terrorizes women. The third one says, the threat of rape and the threat of terrorism are completely different, right? This is a critique of the claim that rape is a terrorist institution. And she says that that is critical thinking, is productive disagreement. The claim that, right, why do you not accept this premise, rape is a terrorist institution? Well, the reason is because the threat of rape and the threat of terrorism are completely different. And then the last one, which she does call a form of privilege preserving epistemic pushback, is the one that says, well, men are victims too. You see why this is not a form of productive disagreement is because the claim rape is a terrorist institution does not at all entail that men are not victims. So to say that men are victims too does not actually challenge the thesis. That is like a legitimate distinction, right? Like there's a way to push back against something that is productive and that actually challenges the thesis in some way. And then there's another way that's just sort of like, oh, but this is why I don't like this, right? And it doesn't actually challenge it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to remember that this isn't a theory of like how to win at Twitter debates. Like this is a theory that starts from the sociological evidence for certain conditions within society that you can argue with on a sociological level, and then it tries to examine like how do debates about these topics unfold epistemically. So it's kind of like if you try to study epistemically the flat earth movement, while you were doing it, you would not give a lot of epistemic credit to flat earth, but you would kind of be assuming that everyone reading you has a grasp of the science that causes you to like doubt flat earth. Like that's not what you're doing right now. You're not disputing flat earth while also explaining the epistemic problems.
I just find her whole like the whole essay kind of to be counter, like not really useful, just because she's just saying these like say the people that disagree with me are all doing it. You know, she's giving the people that disagree with her a very narrow window to disagree with her, and what gives her that right to do that? Like maybe
wait, no,
like it
I mean,
seems like
I don't think that's correct. So I think she's not saying like, look, you can't disagree with me however you want to disagree with me. What she's saying is, look, if you disagree with me, right? If I put a claim forward like rape is a terrorist institution, and if your justification for rejecting that premise is, well, men are victims too, then yeah, I get it that you and I disagree, but you're not actually engaging with the premise. You're not saying anything that should lead me to believe that I am wrong in asserting this premise, right? What you said, if true, has no bearing on whether the premise is true.
What about the N-word one?
Yeah, this one is a little less clear to me. So that one is an example that I think she claims like actually happened in one of her classrooms, and like you know, of course, she changed the names of the students and everything, and so as to not be a snitch. Where is this?
It's at the bottom of 203 in the top of 204. I can read it if you want.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it in the actual page.
You want me, we are discussing.
Sorry, in the actual.
Yeah, if you want to search for something, search for Jennifer, a white philosophy major.
Jennifer, a white philosophy. Okay. Yeah, we're discussing institutional racism. Jennifer, a white philosophy major, shares a story about racist graffiti that uses the N-word. She says the word, animating it with that two-fingered scare quote gesture to signal that she is mentioning it. I ask her to consider the history of the word and how it might mean something different coming from white mouths. I ask her not to use it. She gives the class a mini lecture on the use-mention distinction, reminding me that it is a foundational concept in analytic philosophy, and that it's perfectly acceptable to mention, but not to use the word in philosophical discussions. Sheila, one of two Black women in the class, offers a history of the word and how it was used to degrade and discipline Black bodies. Man, when people use the word bodies like that, it does get a little frustrating.
Triggers me, I'll be honest.
Well, it doesn't trigger me, but it's like, so I'm pretty sure it comes from like Foucault using bodies to like talk about like the discipline and the punishment of bodies, and it's like, well, no, when right there, when you say that the word was used to degrade and discipline Black bodies, like, no, that word was used to degrade human beings, not their bodies. Anyways, I mean, like, it was used in conjunction with like degradation tactics that were straightforwardly physical and concerned with the body, right? That were corporal. But anyways, sorry. I
just wanted to say that their quote stopped. You've continued on, but they do an ellipsis. They do an ellipsis and continue. So just that's important.
Oh, I bet it's strategic. Okay. So,
they left out the Black students' rebuttal.
The Black students' rebuttal. Wow, that's convenient. Sheila, one of two Black women in the class, offers a history of the word and how it was used to degrade and discipline Black bodies. Jennifer nods in agreement, but holds her ground. Exactly, she says. That's what happens when the word is used, but I'm just mentioning it. Sheila shares how she feels when white folks mention the word. She asks Jennifer politely to neither use nor mention it. Jennifer calmly responds that Sheila does not understand the distinction and proceeds to explain it again. Okay, that's very different, right? With all those details filled in, from if it were just the case that we were just getting mad at the white student for raising the distinction in the first place.
I don't agree. I mean, I
You're
don't know.
actually right in this circumstance, because in the book they make it seem like they don't have the discussions. They say, rather than consider the validity of these arguments or give the students a chance to discuss them, Bailey assumes they are simply trying to preserve the male and white privilege. So she they don't, because they didn't have a discussion, but according to you, they actually had a discussion.
Yeah, this is on page 878.
Well, okay, but wait. I don't know when it picks back up, but after the ellipsis, it goes to, if Jennifer continues to press philosophical concepts into the service of a broader refusal to understand the dehumanizing history of the N-word, then I mentioned but didn't use the word N is a shadow text. So I think that's not fair. Like, she's making a cogent argument. They disagree. But why should she?
It would depend on where that claim is, because so Jennifer says multiple times that she's using, not mentioning the word. So she says that first, right, when she says it, and then Professor Bailey, right, says, please don't say that, and then she says, no, look. Like this distinction is super important in analytic philosophy. It's perfectly fine to mention a word as long as you're not using it. And then after that, Sheila, the Black student, explains the history of the word and how it was used to degrade and discipline Black people.
To see that to me is her not engaging with Jennifer's argument. She's
no,
the
wait,
one.
Wait.
She's the one engaging in the
no,
shadow text.
No, Jimmy. No. Wait. You don't have the text in front of you, and
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, right. Then Jennifer nods in agreement, and she says, right, exactly. That's what happens when the word is used, but I'm just mentioning it. And Sheila then shares how she feels when white folks mention the word.
That's what I mean. But that's what I'm saying. That that is not engaging. That is dismissing. You're dismissing.
How is that not engaging? How?
I mean, it's engaging. You said it says it makes her feel bad. I mean, it's engaging. It's just not that great of an argument.
It would be engaging. It would be not engaging if she was like, "Look, you know."
It has nothing to do with her argument. It has to do with how she feels about being how it feels mentioned versus said.
Like, I agree. It's not that convincing because that academic environment shouldn't be about feelings. It should be like,
oh my god, you guys,
like talking about like the issues and stuff.
Okay.
Do you understand my argument?
No. Try again.
Okay, so here's how you tell me where I'm going wrong. Teacher says something. Jennifer responds, uses the N-word. Teacher says, please don't use the N-word. It has an effect on black people. Jennifer says, I'm not using the word, I'm mentioning it. And then black student says, do you understand the history and how that feels coming from white mouths? And Jennifer says, yes, I do. I do understand that, exactly. But that's why I'm using it. I'm mentioning it, not using it. And the black student
not using it.
Mentioning it, not using it.
And then the black student says, look, it's because what Jennifer is saying is like that it's okay to mention it, but it's not okay to use. It's clearly not okay to use it, Jennifer says, but it is okay to mention it.
Yes.
And then she says,
but Jimmy,
look,
wouldn't you say that
I think it's not
just
okay
has to get
even
over
to
it.
mention it.
No, but how is she engaged with
Jimmy,
her analytical philosophy argument?
No,
She is not
here's the
engaged.
Analytical argument, Jimmy. I'll formalize it for you right now. This is what it is, right? Jennifer says it is not permissible to use the word, but it is permissible to mention the word.
Right.
Right? Sheila says, I think it is not permissible to mention the word.
She's allowed to think that.
So she's rejecting the premise. She's denying the premise.
Yeah.
So that is an engagement of the argument.
We just said that denial was not
saying, look,
we just said that
false.
denial was a problem. That's what we just said with the previous author. That denial is just a problem.
No. Oh my God, Jimmy, you're doing the thing that I said. Oh my God. No. You're doing the exact thing that I accused the authors of doing. There's an equivocation of the word denial. There's denial in the ordinary sense, which is rejecting the premise, like rejecting the truth value of the premise.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's denial as dismissal.
Mm-hmm. Right. And she's doing the former, correct? She's doing the former. She's rejecting the truth premises.
Rejecting the truth value.
Okay.
Right.
She's so why does she? But why does that mean that? Why does that mean that she's right?
It doesn't mean she's right. It doesn't mean she's right.
So then why is it shadow text?
Because of what happens afterwards when she says, so yes, Sheila shares how she feels when white folks mention the word. She asks Jennifer politely to neither use nor mention it. Jennifer calmly responds that Sheila does not understand the distinction and proceeds to explain it again. What happens here is that Sheila has said, look, I get the distinction, but I don't think it's okay for you to use.
Why? What's the justification? We don't
know. We don't know.
But that matters. Leaving that out.
Jimmy,
I mean, if we're going to criticize Lindsay and Pluckrose for leaving things out, I'm going to criticize her for leaving things out. That's an important reason. That's an important part of it. What Sheila says matters. If all she said is it makes me feel bad, I do not care. I do not care because I could say, well, it makes me feel bad. Makes me feel bad.
Jimmy, stop yelling. Jimmy, please stop yelling.
It makes me feel bad for, like, if I was Jennifer, I could say, well, it makes me feel bad that you're not accepting my argument.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So again, if we go back to the other example, I'm doing this just to make an analogy. I'm not trying to deflect. Okay. I'm doing this to try to answer your question. So the previous one, you say rape is a terrorist institution. That's the claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to know what the justification for that claim is in order to be able to say that a response that dismisses it without actually addressing it is like not genuine disagreement, is not constructive disagreement, right? We don't need to know whether it's true or false that rape is a terrorist institution. We don't need to know what the justification for it is. All we need to know in order to be able to say that a certain response to it is not, right, like good faith, genuine disagreement, is to say, or is all we need to know about it is that it doesn't actually address the point being made. Okay. That's, you got that? Like you're on board with that, right?
I understand it. Yes, I can follow that.
Okay.
And that's why saying men are victims too. It, even if that's true, it has nothing. It doesn't actually engage. I get it. But my point is, we don't know that Sheila engaged.
No, so I think Sheila is engaging, right? Because look, what happens is Jennifer says, look, this is the distinction, right? I like, there's a distinction, and the distinction is such that it's always okay to mention a word, but some words it's not okay to use, right?
Mm-hmm. That's Jennifer's argument.
Reasoning.
That's Jennifer's argument,
right? And then so Sheila at first talks about the history of the word and how it was used, right? That in itself doesn't deny the point that Sheila is making, but that Jennifer is making, but I mean, I do think it is relevant, right? Because if there's any good reason, like, not to say a specific word, it's usually going to be tied to the history of that word.
Okay.
Right? So she starts explaining the history of the word and how it was used for really bad purposes. And Jennifer nods and she's like, yeah, right, exactly. That's how it was used, but I'm just mentioning it, right? So she's like clarifying her position. And then Jennifer's like, okay, I get it. Oh, sorry, Sheila's like, okay, I get it. But I don't like it when people even mention the word, right? If this is how this feels to me. And then she asked Jennifer politely to neither use nor mention it. Okay.
Well,
now you can make a point.
If I
now,
said,
wait.
No, I want to respond. I don't want to go too far. What if I said, I don't like when you talk about rape culture. I don't think it exists, and I don't like when you talk about it. It makes me uncomfortable.
I think that those two things are not alike, because there's a good way to continue the discussion by replacing one word, and it's not the same as kind of disqualifying a whole topic. So I think that you need, like, when you assessing an argument from feelings, you need to kind of ask yourself, like, what's the severity of the thing being asked? And I think asking to replace a word with...
Well, I assure you, I am very affected by the term rape culture. It really, really pisses me off. Like, it really upsets me. I can't tell you how many people I know.
RC or whatever, but
I'm just saying, like if that matters, then it matters.
I mean, it does. So you could make the argument for. So obviously, the alternative here would be to say the N word rather than the explicit term, right? And then we can just like go on with the actual conversation that we want to have rather than talk about the language, right? So if you, like, the term rape culture is really upsetting to you, you can ask people to replace it with LC so we can like talk about the thing that we actually want to talk about. If you like, Sheila isn't asking to disqualify the whole conversation about like what the N-word means in this context, right? She just wants people to not say the explicit term. So I think like asking people to use a euphemism, like, it's kind of like people used to not say like cuss words in like day-to-day, like in classes, just that was the kind of etiquette, and it didn't prevent people from having honest conversations, right? So I think like when we're talking about this appeal to feeling, it's important to notice that it's not about like disqualifying a topic, not being able to raise some kind of question. It's just about like a very specific affect that we're trying to leave out.
I have a question. What if Jennifer had responded something to the effect that, a word having that strong of an effect on you is harmful to you, and it would be better if we could get to a point where that, because you can't stop people from saying it.
Well,
so
you would have to ask Bailey,
being able to hear the word in a clearly safe environment with a good faith person like me would be the ideal place to exercise your ability to do that. And if you're silencing me, then if you can't handle me saying
silencing you, dude, she's not silencing. So I get the point you're making. It's like the cognitive behavioral therapy point that Jonathan Haidt is always pushing. It's like, look, it's actually bad for you to like constantly live in fear of this kind of term. Like you should just like instead you should familiarize yourself with it. So you're asking, so like, would it be privilege preserving epistemic pushback if she instead did this? And it's like, well, depends on what exactly the claims are here, right? And so, right, we're talking about the claims that Sheila is making are about how she feels when white folks mention the word, and then she asks Jennifer politely to neither use nor mention it, right? But of course, these are like the implication here, like this is a polite way of talking. It's more polite to tell someone, actually, this really affects me a certain way. I would like, could you please not say it, than to say what you just did was morally wrong, right? So it's more polite here, but the implication is that what they're talking about is morality, right? And the response that Jennifer gives is like, no, look, you don't understand the distinction. At that point, I think Jennifer would be engaging in the privilege preserving epistemic pushback, if we want to give it that name, right? And then the question, to answer your point about like, well, what if she said this instead? Well, then it would be like Jennifer would be trying to transform the classroom into like well, we should just discuss like whatever I want to debate right now, and that's not what the classroom is for.
So basically, if you're black, you can just stop this conversation. We don't like there's no possible response.
It's not just if you're black, right? No, if there is any like racial slur that is mentioned, I imagine that Bailey would respond, right? If anyone were to like, say some expletive out loud in class, right? And they're like, oh wait, no, I'm just mentioning it, and some students were clearly like badly affected by it, then the N-word does have a particularly strong, compared to others in the United States, really jarring effect.
Except when it doesn't.
Okay, Jimmy, I got it, right? Not everyone feels that way. I got it.
No. Right? I mean, it's used. It's used like very much.
No, Jimmy, but Jimmy, are you gonna do the whole like there's no difference between the hard R and the A and like
No. I get the distinction. I even get the distinction between a white person saying it and a black person saying it. I get the distinction. But that in itself is not an argument for stopping someone from using a word when they clearly like
Okay, Jimmy. We're not talking about cynical theories at all anymore. We're talking about Allison Bailey.
Yeah.
And you don't like the paper, and I got it.
I just think intent has to matter.
And I think intent does matter, right? I think saying it with intent is way worse than saying it with no malintent. I agree with you on that, but I don't think intent is the only thing that matters.
When it comes to language, I'm pretty dogmatic. Words have to be able to be said, right, especially on a campus, on a university.
All right, man. All right. Was she expelled? No,
but I mean, but it creates an environment.
Can we
people have been fired for it.
Can we place that position on the whole, especially in the university? Like, there's no academic reason to use the N-word here. Like, there's no like using the N-words and using the explicit N-words. They for the purposes of that class.
The reason to use the word is because it's not allowed. That's the reason. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, Jordan Peterson. Okay, Jordan.
That has nothing to do with it. It just has nothing to do with the university. Just like it has nothing to do with knowledge or education.
Disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. Of course, it has something to do with the university.
What kind of information are you adding by using?
What is it?
Because
we need to know how it sounds.
Because
you're not gonna say like the lyrics and stuff. I can definitely see examples where you would say the N word.
For the reason is for the same reason that you're trying to use to get to highlight the legitimate problem of someone not engaging with an argument. So there's that's legitimate. Like somebody not engaging with an argument and just dismissing it. That's a real thing. I agree. Not okay.
Yep.
Especially in these in this context.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
So the reason why you say a word that is not allowed to be said is because it shouldn't be about the word. It should be about the discussion. You should be engaging in the discussion. And
well, that's your position, right? But that's not like an a priori truth, right? That's not 2 + 2 = 4.
Why not?
Like, really? Like, you think that it's a conceptual truth that you should be allowed to say any words in a discussion because it's a discussion?
I'm saying that if words are not allowed to be said on a campus, then yes, you should be using the word to illustrate why words are not magic.
And I understand that that's your position, but that's something that people aren't going to be convinced of just by knowing the meanings of the terms that you're using, the way that people will be convinced of 2 + 2 = 4. That's something that you're going to have to give an argument for.
I even get the appeals to politeness. Like, and that would, and if there were any indication that Jennifer in this situation was not being polite, I would agree with you. But there is no indication that she wasn't being polite. She was being
no. At the end, she's definitely not being polite.
Why?
She says, because at the end, after Sheila has acknowledged the distinction, right? Sheila has said, right, I understand that you think it's always okay to mention, right, as long as you're not using the N-word. And now she says, but look, I don't even like it when people mention the word. So clearly she understands the distinction. And then literally the next sentence is,
that doesn't mean she understands that. That does not mean that she understands it. If anything, it highlights
what
that
are you talking about?
How does that?
No.
How does that prove that she understands what was said?
Okay.
Just saying it doesn't
understand the distinction.
We can't really know what people understood.
No, we can't. That I agree with. We cannot know if she understood or not.
Bailey's the one giving the example, so to understand her like initial point, we have to accept her framing. If she says that the student understood, we need to accept that she understood because we weren't there and we can't these aren't even like real quotes, right? She didn't have a transcript of the class. Like, we have to accept the way she's theorizing it. And if our claim is that this kind of discussion could never have happened, like, that's a bold claim, and I don't think we want to go there. I want to give you an example from like just a completely different context, which might make it easier. So in Judaism, some people don't want to say the explicit name of God. It's blasphemous to them. So let's say that there's a class and it's about, ancient Hebraic religions, and the teacher constantly uses the explicit name of God, and then some student approaches them and they say, well, everybody here knows what the explicit name of God in Judaism is, but because this is blasphemous to me, I can't keep attending class if you keep using this word. So could we please just say like the name of God? Or
then you don't belong in that classroom. I'm sorry. Like,
do you think that?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And for this, yes, absolutely. If you cannot hear words without losing your mind, you don't belong on a campus.
Wait, why losing? They're not losing their mind, though. Their minds are fine. Something is blasphemous to them. It's just against their religion. And their religion, like, they want to get an education. They also
okay. Well, I have a religion that says that if I allow you to do that, I'm going to hell. Do you see the problem? Like that? I mean, it's not an argument.
I think you can argue both sides.
It's not an argument.
It is an argument, you fucking moron, Jimmy. You're acting so dumb right now.
I am not acting dumb. I am not acting dumb. That is a perfectly valid argument. Why can't I say, well, in my religion, I go to hell if I allow you to stop this conversation? Because I mean, I'm close to that. If I allow somebody's belief to change the way that I talk, I find that to be blasphemous.
Basically, some claims are just less imposing on others than other claims.
That's a politeness argument, which I am fine with making the politeness argument, but it is impolite to demand someone be polite. That's not polite.
Is it?
Yeah.
If I told you, like, your tone is very unpleasant right now, could you please, like, can we keep this discussion, but please lower your tone? Is that me being impolite?
I would say that Sam just called me a fucking idiot, and I would say that I will be polite when you are.
Well, sure, but now you're telling him to be polite, so now you're impolite, right?
No,
like, you see,
politeness is not an equation. It is like reciprocal altruism. It is a thing that happens. But you can't enforce politeness.
But we're not talking about enforcement. We're talking about making a request, right? We're talking about giving an argument for why you would want something. And within this classroom, like, there was an argument about how something should be interpreted. And the whole problem that Bailey presents, by the way, has nothing to do with whether or not you can or cannot say the N-word in class. It has something to do with whether Jennifer recognizes that Sheila understands her argument and gives a counter argument. So it seems that Jennifer just ignored the counter argument, which was, I have an emotional response to the mention of the word, not just to the use of it. To which Jennifer might have responded, claims about mentions of words are just illegitimate, for example. Like, that would be a counter argument that acknowledges Sheila's argument. But she didn't make that argument. She repeated herself. She assumed that Sheila doesn't understand her when we are meant to assume that Sheila did understand her. Like, that's the point that Bailey is making anyway. You see, like, it's not a response to her argument.
I don't think that I feel bad about it is an argument.
Dude, it's clearly implying that, like, you ought, like, the argument there is not, I feel bad about it, therefore you shouldn't say it. Like, the argument is, or the claim being made is that you ought not mention the word, right? And there's like, yeah, that is an argument, right? There is implicit justification there, and the implicit justification there is like, look, given the history of this word and how I feel when I hear it, even just mentioned by a white person, I am asking you not to use it, and that it should be a sufficient reason, not to use or mention it, and that should be a sufficient reason for you to follow my request, right? Something like the pros and the cons of using it or mentioning it or saying instead the N-word. That seems to me to be clearly like the implicit argument there, because we all the time do we engage in this sort of implicit moral reasoning with each other when we say, like, hey, could you please not do that right now, right? Something like that. The claim is implicit, right? There's an argument there, but instead of engaging with any of the points that, or any of basically the more implicit premises that make up that argument, she repeats herself and says, Sheila, you don't understand the distinction.
Yeah, I'm not in love with that response, but I don't think Sheila's made an argument. Like, that's something you could say.
Why don't you think she made an argument?
I just don't see that as an argument for in the context of a classroom. I don't see how that's an argument. You know, if you're like hanging out somewhere and somebody says that, then it's really rude not to just respect that. But if you're in a classroom, you're clearly not trying to disrupt the class. Like, that's not what you're doing. and you have a
Jimmy,
personal reaction to it. That is not an argument as to why other people should change their behavior.
No, Jimmy, it is an argument. It's an argument, and you don't agree with the premises. That's fine. You don't agree with the premises. Or you don't think that the conclusion follows from the premises. But it is an argument. You just think it's a bad argument. And okay, you're allowed to think that. You're allowed to think that.
Something doesn't seem right to me, but I can't figure out what it is.
I think it's just like you just disagree with the argument. So even if Jennifer were to say, like, there's a reason that you construct like these examples in philosophy in a very specific way. Even if Jennifer were to say, you know, I need to say this word in class, so I know that this mention hurts you, but I really need this word right now. Or even if you were to say the cognitive behavioral thing, that would be like a new argument and kind of a response. But like the example is so constructed exactly to explicate like this exact problem. So if we follow the example, we should be able to see the problem isn't that it's about the N word. The problem isn't that she's disrespectful. The problem is just that she's not like hearing the counter argument and responding to it as an argument.
Okay.
Like compare the claim that like compare the claim that Sheila makes, which is not only do I think right, or not only do I think you shouldn't use the word, I also think you shouldn't mention the word, right? That's a claim.
Mm-hmm.
And then the response that Jennifer gives is, you don't understand the use-mention distinction.
Well, I mean, but that is possible, that Sheila didn't understand the distinction.
So it is possible, just like it's possible that men are victims too, right? But that doesn't disprove the claim that rape is a terrorist institution, just like what Sheila says.
But
well, if go ahead.
If I make an argument and you counter it, and I say, your counter doesn't make sense because you didn't understand what I said, that's a fair thing to say.
That, right. No, that would make sense. That would make sense. I agree with that. But again, like Yanai said, like this is an example that is set up to like show a certain phenomenon. And so we can argue with Bailey about how, like, look, well, Jennifer's saying that Sheila doesn't understand the distinction. You know, it's possible that Jennifer was actually saying that in this way. And okay, you can argue like that what Jennifer meant was, no, you didn't understand, or that you misinterpreted me. And in such a way as to actually have an effect on your ability to make this claim in response to my claim at all. But the point here is that, like, the distinction, right? The use-mention distinction doesn't take much explaining, right? There's using a word, and then there's mentioning a word. Mentioning a word is basically a word in quotes, right? Yeah. As it would appear. And so
an example would be reporting on what happened.
Imagine.
I mean, Sam, I think you're even assuming too much. I mean, maybe Sheila made a really dumb argument, and that's what Jennifer was responding to, and just Bailey misremembered the whole thing. But to read Bailey's point, we have to just go solely on what Bailey told us because we don't have any further evidence. And doing anything else is kind of like hearing the trolley problem and saying, like, I would press the brake and stop the trolley.
The reason why the reason why it's particularly difficult to move past this is because I do believe there are serious problems in the classroom like this.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So it's very difficult for me to just like let that slide. But I get it. I do get it. I do get the point that, like, let's say that's happening. Okay. So she didn't engage. I get it. I do understand the concept. But I do also think that the concept could be used. No, I can't. I get it. But I guess my overall claim is that because human beings are flawed, this concept could absolutely be used to silence someone in the way that we're arguing about.
Yeah, I wrote that in my review.
I mean, Jimmy, I get your argument that the classroom you should be able to say anything, and it's by policing people's language, you limit the discussion, and that's bad. So I totally get your argument. But I mean, and I do get Sheila's argument that this really just hurts me, and it's not clear to me which argument is right. But I think that the argument that we're definitely right and that Sheila doesn't know what she's talking about, I think the evidence for that is unclear.
Yeah, but like they said, the overall point is they're trying to point out that the issue isn't that she used the N-word. The issue is that somebody argued against her for using the N-word, and she did not engage with that argument. Now, I disagree with that consensus based on the information we have, but ultimately, and this is what Yanni, right? I can't see your name right now.
Yanni, whatever.
Yanni was saying is that ultimately the point is who Bailey is trying to illustrate is that is an unacceptable way of that is what she calls shadow text or whatever.
Shadow text. It's privilege preserving epistemic pushback, which is a kind of shadow text. It sort of mirrors the claim without actually raising anything that refutes the claim in question.
It does to me sound like a mechanic that could absolutely be used to stop any sort of disagreement.
Well, I mean, but she gives us a clear example, right? This is a little, right? The waters are a little muddier here, but the one where the claim is rape is a terrorist institution, and then someone responds, but no, the threat of rape and the threat of terrorism are, they're not analogous.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, she can't claim that that's a shadow text.
Right.
That is getting to the heart of the issue.
No, I get it. I get how it should be used properly. I'm saying that it could also be used improperly to
Yes, and nobody's disagreeing with that, right? Like that. This is yet again, right? The fundamental point, the eternally recurring moral of the story in this book club is that that what they should have said is, look, here's this concept. Maybe these people don't correctly understand it, but nonetheless, here's the problem with how people can misinterpret it.
Hey, Skep, Mike, mute yourself, or I'm going to mute you. Okay.
I have to yell and interrupt them because they keep on going.
Okay.
Skep, are you trying to contribute? No.
There.
Okay. Yeah, and then as we know, Robin DiAngelo, right, the way that she characterizes white fragility, if she includes the idea that one of the ways that white fragility manifests is like arguing, right? If you argue, if you stay silent, if you like leave the situation, these are all forms of white fragility. Well, it's not obvious that she like means to say that like every instance of arguing would be a manifestation of white fragility, right? And then there's also the fact that people tend to use arguing in like a hostile, like sort of aggressive sense that is not the same as like the sort of or the more philosophical sense of arguing. But if we take her at her word, right, and all forms of sort of challenging a certain claim made by, say, Robin DiAngelo herself, or a person of color accusing a white person of being racist in a certain way, if that's true, then that actually does seem to be a case where Robin DiAngelo is shutting down all possible disagreement, right? It's what people call a Kafka trap, right? Because even trying to deny the the claim in question is further proof of the claim. And so that does seem to be one instance where I think actually they give an example of shutting down disagreement.
So here's my one big rebuttal, and again, we've gone over and over that I most basically agree with you. But my one thing is, of all of the authors, of all of the theorists that they've mentioned, the one you agree is a valid problem is by far the most well known, like by the average person. And I don't think that's a coincidence.
Well, okay, but that has no bearing on the thesis of this chapter.
No, it doesn't, and it doesn't undo all of the problems with the book. But I think it does explain why it's easy to accept a lot of these claims.
No, I get your point. Yeah.
Easily, because and why there is an actual problem. Like there actually is a problem with critical theory. It doesn't have to be critical theory itself. Sure. But there is a problem with critical theory. And the problem is the only thing anybody seems to know about it.
Problem is the only thing anybody seems to know about it.
Like you said, people are usually arguing against Robin DiAngelo, right?
Well,
yes, sure.
They would be very justified in writing an anti-Robin DiAngelo book, but that's not what they did. So you seem to care a lot about like the ability to discuss things openly in academy. Like the people mentioned in this chapter are teachers that I studied with, and I find it to be a chilling effect that there's now a book, a pretty popular book in certain circles, that presents them as kind of like this social problem, while like misrepresenting them very strongly.
So here's my argument.
That's a chilling effect for academy.
Here's my argument. I don't disagree with you, but you know how this is a weird analog to make. But so like Marx wrote a lot of things that really grabbed a lot of people because the current capitalist system was not serving them, and in fact was causing a lot of problems. And so in a way, capitalism is what caused Marx to be popular, and Marx is what caused capitalism to fix itself, right? I mean, I think that's pretty true.
Well, I mean, the latter claim is very contentious.
Really?
Like, it involves the idea that capitalism has fixed itself.
Oh, not perfectly. I don't mean perfectly. I mean, the popularity of Marxism pushed capitalism to make some adjustments. I think that's at least fair.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Where are you going with this? Like,
I think that these theories, and this is my claim from the beginning, are having an effect that is unintended, but it is having an effect. That's why I wish this book was more about how this is seeping out into the world, and why there are problems on campuses, and why there are kids being taught things that are nonsense. And instead of attributing it to the people, instead saying, hey, there's some bad stuff happening that seems tied to what you're talking about. You might want to be very clear about the fact that this is not what you are talking about. This is why I say that they have a bad PR problem. They don't.
It's not PR. It's the claim of the book. Like, yes, that's a thing they could have claimed. They're very clearly not claiming it. They're misquoting. They're misattributing claims, and just putting things in people's mouths.
Okay,
so just saying that there's a kind of like side version of this book that might have worked, like that's a very weak defense to me.
I'm not defending the book. I agree with you on the book. My point is the popularity of this book, the fact that it got written and it was sold and a lot of people know what it is not just because people want to believe things. It's because there actually are problems.
But who said that? Who said otherwise? I mean,
no, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is I think the popularity of this book should be telling the theorists, the philosophers, that I can no longer be safe in my academy in a place where I I'm actually responsible now for making sure that this is understood properly by more than people just in the academy. And maybe I'm responsible for actually
how can
calling out
someone be
people.
responsible for making sure other people understand them correctly? That's something over which they have no control most of the time.
Oh, well, number one, critical race theorists, if they want to be taken seriously, should call out Robin DiAngelo as not a critical race theorist, like openly on, like constantly. And just being like, this is not what we are saying. This is not what we are saying.
Okay, so, well, this is the whole thing is like there are some critical race theorists who agree with DiAngelo on some things, and there are others who don't. It's not like this fucking boogeyman that James Lindsay says it is, one unified thing.
Fair, but you could at least, like Sam, you're critiquing this book, right? And I get why you're critiquing this book. There's a lot to critique. And because you're in the field of philosophy, it's important that you're critiquing it. But I think it'd be very, very helpful if philosophers were critiquing white fragility openly.
Well, I mean, I'm presenting a paper at the next American Philosophical Association.
That's great. I'm not like accusing you personally or anybody personally. What I'm saying is, if you're nervous about this, I wouldn't just attribute it to bad actors. I don't think that's like, you can say that Lindsay and Pluckrose are bad actors, and we could have that argument. It's to me, I'm not going to get in. I'm not going to get in that argument. I can't defend this book, whatever. But the fact you can't say that about everybody who's bought it and is loving it and feels like it's describing. Well, no, but who feel like it's describing a real problem, because to a lot of people whose lives should never have been, who have never been affected by this, have been deeply affected by it in ways that are really, really anger-inducing. And
again, that's not what this book is about.
No, I get it. I'm responding to the idea that, like, you're concerned about the fact that this book is popular, and I think that's a correct response. But I wouldn't be concerned about the people. I would be concerned about the fact that it's coming from something. There's something real. It's not just people who are like scared of the boogeyman. I mean,
it's not all or nothing. We can be concerned about both of those things.
I totally agree with that. And I think that having a nuanced discussion about it is a great way to do it. But I think I get nervous that the response is going to be anybody who reads this book or who agrees with this book is just believes that Robin DiAngelo is the boogeyman.
No, so to be clear, I can't get mad at people for reading this book and then coming to extreme conclusions, because I can't expect people to do all the fact checking that I do. That's why I do it, so I can explain it to other people who don't have the time or the resources or like the background knowledge to be able to go in and do all that.
I don't think that this book is going to cause people to come to conclusions. I think this book is going to reinforce people's ideas about things they've actually experienced in their lives.
Well, it can do both of those things. It can reinforce that, and it can cause them to come to more extreme conclusions than they endorsed before.
True.
Or if not even more extreme, certain specific ones about certain specific scholars. Like if you read what they say about Christy Dodson and thought that it was all accurate, you'd be like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. How is she employed?
Well, here's my point. If somebody had gotten ahead of this, because there was the writing on the wall has been there for 7 years or more that this book was coming, something like this was coming, and that people were like primed to just go along with it, is if instead that it's the same. The reason I bring up the Marxism and capitalism thing is like, obviously it would have been better had capitalism regulated itself, right? It would have been better.
You're saying that kind of an imperfect book that highlights like a phenomena that is very real is still something that we should take seriously.
Kind of, yes. Yes.
So is that how you feel about Robin DiAngelo's book about racism, which is also kind of a real problem? And the
No,
book
I
kind
think
of highlights it.
I do not. I think that I don't feel that way about her book. I don't.
So what's the difference?
The difference is that she says things that are patently absurd.
I mean, patently absurd in what way?
I'm gonna return
like
to
obviously
Jackie.
False.
Yeah, like the Jackie Robinson thing was
Okay.
that clinched it for me. That was just like,
Okay.
you are an idiot. You are
Okay.
like I read that and I was like, you are racist.
Okay.
You are an actual racist.
Look,
Robin DiAngelo.
I don't think that the Jackie Robinson thing. So like I actually like had also those kinds of moments where I was reading the book where I had the thought like, yo, Robin DiAngelo like might be like genuinely like racist in the traditional sense of the word, of like having these deeply internalized feelings about the superiority of the white race. Like the way that she words things sometimes suggests that. I didn't get that about the Jackie Robinson thing. But for instance, right, so there's this claim about the Jackie Robinson thing, okay? There are just as patently obviously false things in this book.
Mm-hmm.
So what, right, you haven't distinguished them completely or given a complete explanation as to why you think that this book should be taken seriously, whereas DiAngelo shouldn't.
I think, okay, maybe I gotta rethink that. I think, I see your point.
Like maybe I think the better response would probably be like, look, we should take both of these works seriously because taking them seriously is necessary to expose the bullshit in them.
I guess for me, they both illustrate how little people know about anything. Because like the world that Robin DiAngelo describes is not the world that we live in at all. And the world that in the academic world that these people describe is not the academic world that exists at all. I mean, they might touch on something, but overall, the world they're describing is not real. That is not the reality we live in. We do not live in a extremely racist culture. We don't. It is less racist. I mean, if anything, it is more racist now than it was 10 years ago because of people like Robin DiAngelo.
Okay.
Or you disagree with me on that?
I think some people think that way, but I don't think that I don't think necessarily that everyone does, like, at all. I mean, I'm currently working on a paper where I critique both Kendi and DiAngelo.
I think Kendi is a little bit more careful than she is.
I think so too.
I want to highlight something small that we just blazed past in the Bailey thing. In page 204, they do something that they do a lot and kind of I got really frustrated with. They say Bailey assumes that they are simply trying to preserve male and white privilege. Did Bailey mention male privilege in this? Because I feel like whenever they talk about privilege, they do the same thing as some like leftists of just like piling on all of the kinds of privilege, even if they haven't been mentioned, which is just a frustrating. They really did it in the postmodernism chapter, where postmodernists don't use any of these words usually. So, but they're like just like, yeah, marginalized people like non-white, and it's like
Foucault believes we live in a white supremacist, heteropatriarchal, normative.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
Just not the kind of things that these people say, and they just like pile it on for.
So I can check in the Bailey paper right now.
Yeah. What do you guys think about this? So a lot of these conversations, like this sort of discussion, makes absolute sense in a philosophy class. But like,
which discussion do you mean?
All of these different, these nuanced debates about like what these people are, what these theorists that they're being inaccurately portrayed. But what they're actually talking about does belong in a philosophy class, because that's the place where theoretically you should have the people who are able to think about it in the way that you would philosophically. Do you know what I mean? Like they'd be more trained to notice something like a shadow text or whatever.
I'm just not clear what exactly you're asking. Are you asking about the stuff from the Bailey paper, or are you asking about like what Helen and James are
No,
doing? Like
not what they're arguing. Like what they actually say. What these theorists like what they're actually talking about. They make perfect sense in a
Bailey is talking about.
Bailey,
yeah, and Applebaum.
Applebaum. But
I think Bailey's like is actually like I think she gives us a useful distinction actually.
But even before this chapter, other philosophers, Fricker, right? These people.
But, I mean, she's namely.
What is she?
She's a philosopher. She's mainly mentioned in this chapter. I don't remember her being mentioned in other chapters.
Oh, maybe I'm misremembering. Well, either way, the things that they're actually saying make perfect sense for a philosophy classroom. To me. However, I don't think other classrooms really are equipped to handle them properly. Because
that might be true.
So like one thing that's concerning for me is I have a relationship. I was a computer science major. I have somewhat of a relationship with my professors from when I was in college. And they've started saying things on their social media that it's just like, that's absurd. That's absurd.
But wait a minute. But they can say whatever they want on their social media. It doesn't mean that they're saying it in the classroom.
But they're talking about their classrooms. They're making claims about.
What are they saying?
I don't want to misquote anything. Let's just say talking things that are clearly framed in this critical way, this sort of like let's say critical race theory way, describing.
Let's assume that you're right about the description, like we did with Bailey.
Yes, yeah. Please.
Bad way of sure.
Yeah, I don't think they're the right people to be doing that, and I think they often do it wrong. And
that's probably true.
I think when they do that, it comes out, like you said, these problems don't seem to be seeping out of philosophy departments. They seem to be seeping out of, like you said, literary theory.
Yeah, wait a minute, dude. They didn't represent Christy Dodson accurately at all.
Who?
That's what Skep said. He said, except for Christy Dodson, right?
Oh, I turned him down because he was making noise. I can't hear him. I can turn him back up. But yeah, you understand the point I'm trying to make?
The point, yeah, sure. Yeah, like that. Look, like non-philosophers are not necessarily equipped to teach these concepts in their class, and they might not necessarily be relevant to their class at all, and they might not be sufficiently knowledgeable on the topic to be able to handle like critical discussion on these sorts of topics.
Yes,
sure.
I think that, I mean, you're going to ask for evidence. I don't have any, but I think that that's happening based on people I've talked to.
I'm sure that it's happening in some places. I'm sure that's happening in some places. I don't know how widespread it is, and so therefore I don't know like how reasonable it is to like get worked up about it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair. I mean, I get worked up about it because of things that have actually happened in my life and then the lives of people I care about, where it's just like, done. We're too far. Not gonna just sit down anymore.
Right.
But the thing is, like, I have that thought, and then I think, well, I know I'm a pretty reasonable person, which means there's a lot of unreasonable people who are feeling this way, and that makes me really nervous. So maybe it's time to stop just being quiet. I don't know if that makes sense.
What change like, do you think that philosophy professors shouldn't be writing this stuff? Do you think that they should be more accountable and, you know, open with how they're getting interpreted? Like, what's the normative claim here?
I don't think I'd ever say that philosophy, like, I don't think philosophers should stop. I mean, I from the way it sounds, it doesn't even, based on what you guys are telling me, it doesn't even sound like there's a problem with the peer review process in philosophy in any major way. Maybe in a minor way, because I do think some of the things that Kendi says are ridiculous.
It's not in philosophy, but
there you go. There's that's the thing. It's
but
like,
that doesn't mean that like it's like yeah, just from the fact that it's not in philosophy doesn't tell you much. Like,
also, like,
there's bad
there
stuff in
are
every
problems.
Christy Dodson's essay, it's more about sociology than it is philosophy to me.
Skep, I don't think you know what you're talking about, man.
But why like black people like her don't you like her essay? Like, that's not really philosophy.
Dude, literally, it's so funny. You're just like confirming the thesis of her paper, which is that like in philosophy, there's this culture of justification where people very often take something that they think cannot be it is actually not philosophy, right? And why do they think this? Because, well, they have this preconception of philosophy that's this very narrowly defined thing, and it's done in this certain way, and Eastern philosophy doesn't count, and Black philosophy doesn't count, and like Latin American philosophy doesn't count, because, right, these are like these you know, they're not sufficiently connected to the tradition, right? Or you can't for one reason or another, right? So like, if you can give me an argument as to why this is sociology and not philosophy, then that would help. But it seems to me like you read this, you're like, this doesn't look like philosophy to me. This isn't philosophy, and that's exactly the sort of thing that she's pointing out.
The philosophical question is, does diversity make things better? Is the question that she should be tackling in her.
I know that's
work.
What you think.
Instead, she says she assumes that diversity would make things better, and she explains why philosophy is bad for not having black,
that's really not what she's arguing in the paper.
I think the confusion is just my way of distinguishing between philosophy and sociology. It's not a subject matter; it's a method. And philosophy proceeds by analyzing text, while sociology usually tries to analyze observed phenomena, either quantitatively or qualitatively. So Christy Dodson, as I see her, mainly like works on texts and on like she talks with other texts, she speaks with other texts, she reads other people and kind of gathers them, and that's what puts her like clearly, at least in the humanities, and like philosophy is kind of like the natural place for her. Like the fact that she deals with sociological topics doesn't mean that she should be in sociology. Like that's not how the distinction really works.
Yeah, like social philosophy is a real field.
Yeah, that's what she is basically doing. Well, you could call it meta philosophy, or you could call it social philosophy. The paper that she's doing.
It definitely touches on sociology. It's just like I see the connection that you're making.
Yeah.
It's just like her method just wouldn't fit in a sociology class. Like,
I'm gonna here this might sound egotistical, but so like, let's say there's IDW types, whatever you want to call that. And the more cynical part of me reads this book and thinks these two thought they could capitalize on us, and I don't want that to be the case. Do you know what I mean by that?
They could take advantage of the IDW.
They could use a certain
skepticism.
Yes, right. Now I feel like the same thing is being done with these critical theories. That there are some really bad actors who thought we can use this. We can use this.
I mean, I don't think it's that way necessarily, because academia, right, the people aren't thinking like, how can I become how can I use my papers in this obscure journal to like influence the world, right? It's like how can I get something published so that I can get a job?
Well, you don't think that there are people who are on the campus as activists?
No, I definitely think that some scholars see themselves also as activists.
That's
and
what I
They
mean.
see their scholarship as politically important, right?
That's
But I mean, that in itself is not a problem in my view. Like, there is scholarship that is arguing like for, legalizing gay marriage before gay marriage was legal, making moral and political arguments, right? Moral and political philosophy. I don't see that
that's
problematic.
different though, because it's still philosophy. But if it was moral and political activism, that is not something I want in a university on a campus. Personally.
But I mean, I'm not saying that the scholarship itself is like activism. I'm saying that there's people who are doing scholarship that they think can inform activism in certain ways, and I don't see how like you can have a paper that like the analogy is like, look, I'm doing moral and political philosophy. I'm going to make this argument. If you accept the premises, then you should accept the conclusion that we should legalize gay marriage. And there's the same sort of thing going on with, and I think that you just don't think that the analogy holds between, say, gay marriage and, say, I don't know what the new contemporary example might be, like making all restrooms gender neutral or something. Like, you wouldn't accept, if you were to not accept that, right? Then it would be because you don't think that the analogy holds between the conclusion being we should legalize gay marriage and the conclusion being, for instance, we should make all restrooms gender neutral.
I actually made that argument years before that it was a popular. I said that it would be cost effective to just have one bathroom. But no, that's not really what I mean. What I meant was, I'm big on patterns, right? So one pattern that I see as universal through human history is when people genuinely want to be better and they recognize some flaw or something that's wrong, it is very easy to manipulate them. It is very easy to get to sort of harness that to get people to do things that feel like they will be redemptive. And I mean, and I'm not trying to say we shouldn't try to make things better. Obviously, we should. So I think that
if you're saying that there are people who are piggybacking off like the kind of social desire for progress, obviously, like I think that's obviously happening.
Yes,
like,
and I think
and then
they're also
we can go
using
book by book and say like.
I also think they're using these theories to push it.
So the theories are just kind of like there's a critique of Lindsay's, like I think of one of his hoaxes where someone told him like, well, once you kind of understand the lingo, it's easy to write something that looks very similar to like actual work in the field. Yes, obviously, if someone wants to, if someone is cynical, doing, I don't know, like intentionally inflammatory theory, they would definitely use these theories because everybody needs to rely on these theories to write in the field, because you have to like be in discourse with the prominent theories in the field. That in itself is not a lot of new information.
I'm not laying this at the feet of philosophers, just to make clear. And I'm not saying that these are philosophers doing it. It could be, but I'll use an example. So, like, Darwin was not racist in his theory, right? Darwin did not in any way think that his theory would explain that black people were a different species. But his theory was used that way, right?
Sure.
So what I'm saying is, when you have a theory that somebody says, I can use this, it definitely will happen. And I think it is happening. And I'm not trying to say, so therefore theory bad. That's what this book's trying to say, the way I read it. The way I read it, this book's trying to say, therefore theory bad. But I'm saying no. Therefore, theory has responsibility to get ahead of this. The people who are writing these now have a responsibility outside of the university to say, this is what we really believe. We need to have better conversations about this. You need to be better. We need to help you identify when something's a legitimately using these theories or referencing these theories or employing these theories.
I mean, I think that would be nice, but I think that is a little bit of too high of a demand to place on academics.
Okay, did we talk about Hilary Swank? All right, so she has this quote that she shouldn't have played the lead in Boys Don't Cry, which was a transgender character because, you know, she's a woman, and it would have been better to get, you know, somebody that was actually transgender to play the lead in that movie.
I'm sorry, Skep, but what does this have to do with what I just said?
Everything. So
I don't think
this article is on the Pink News.
Well, let's hear it.
.co.uk. So what she's talking about, what Hillary is talking about, comes from academic theory, that you should get a transgender person to play a transgender role. So that comes from theory.
Does it come from theory?
Hilary Swank, her.
Like, how about the idea back in the day that you should get a black person to play a black character? Like, does that come from theory?
Can you let him finish the? I think it comes very loosely from theory. I would say, like, you would have to, like, okay, let's say it comes from theory. What's the?
I guess I'm gonna you know what, I changed my mind. So like let's say I think that theory has something to gain from saying, if you got this from theory, this isn't really what we meant. This isn't really what we were talking about. Because it's
the problem with that again is that, like, it might be that for some people they were talking about that, and for others they weren't. So like, theory isn't just this, like, it's not like you sign up for the theory club and there's like the president and the vice president, and like they like sent out a newsletter saying, oh, this isn't theory.
That's my ultimate, that is my ultimate problem, because I think, and this is where it does stem back to postmodernism for me, because if you open the door to everything, then the worst things, you'll have no ability.
Well, you're not opening the door to everything, right? Nobody's going to say, like, if you claim that, you know, if you claim that the nuclear apocalypse is coming, then that's definitely, like, if you believe that, then you can't believe in theory.
Okay, but you're at least opening the door to these other theories that are being used this way.
You're
right?
opening the door. You're not closing the door on yourself.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is, being a critical theorist of some field, whether it's you're a critical race theorist, or say you're like a critical feminist, or you're a gender studies person, or whatever, then that tells you some things, but it doesn't tell you everything about what you think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but like the field itself, I think, is just a little too formless.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm making my point.
I mean, these people in their jobs don't interact with this stuff at all. They write in their own journals, they talk to each other, and they teach their classes. Like, there's a reason that Christy Dawson like wrote to Sam, but also like didn't engage in this conversation at all, because it's not
like she's like writing a book, like she has shit to do,
and that's how she gets forward in life. She has to keep publishing books and stuff like that. And some people might stop and say, like, well, I mean, there's also like a matter of degrees. Like, the idea that people on Twitter are being mean by like telling people, I don't know, that Kitsy Dawson says that they don't have to listen to them. I don't know, like if like that's high on her agenda.
Yeah.
I'm sure that if there was some kind of like, I don't know, fanciful example, some kind of like black nationalist shooter who quoted her in a manifesto or something like that, that would definitely like get a response, like something that would attract like, she would be horrified, I guess, by something like that. Some of these people are more like Twitter and social media aware, like living in this space. Some of them are less, but this has very little to do with the kind of like space where they talk. And like there's a reason, the reason that Kendi and D'Angelo is that those are the people who also like do all the media appearances.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard of either of them before Sam started reading this book, and Mills and Fricker and Medina I've known for years, because those are the people in my field that I need to read to like know what's up.
Right. Okay. So I want to know if you guys agree with this. People like Kendi are at least informed by these theories, or the perception, at the very least, the perception is that they are informed by these theories.
Which theories? Which theories? Which theories?
Some by legitimate.
I think he is informed by critical race theory.
Right, and like
yes,
he's
informed by it.
Right. So like, in your claim, and I'm not saying it's not true, but your claim is there are legitimacies to critical race theory. Right.
Yes, there are at least some legitimacies
to
critical race theory.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So for me, that means there are legitimacies to critical race theories, and there are dangers that are coming from critical race theories. Now, I think my personal opinion is the most dangerous weapon on the planet right now is information and affecting the way people think. So like, I think social media platforms have a deep responsibility in that context, because it is very dangerous now. And I'm saying that I think that philosophy itself has a similar responsibility, because it isn't just theory anymore. It's actually dangerous, because the most dangerous weapon that we have right now has more to do with information and how we think. And I do think that these theories are like more relevant than.
I suggest an exercise. These people work in public universities. You can find their email address. Try to draft an email to them that like explains to them what the danger it is that they're causing, and like their bearing on the problem. And I think that while drafting this email, you'll kind of feel why.
I'm not saying they caused it. I'm not saying they caused it. I'm not trying to
say... No.
I'm saying I think
for every person in the world, there are consequences for our actions, and there are things that it is reasonable for us to try to avoid, things that it is unreasonable for us to try to avoid. And I think if you really like try to think about what they do in their life, like what's the like what is the danger that is actually caused by their misinterpretation, you'll see that yes, some people misinterpret them. Some harm comes from that, but it is some degrees of separation that they just don't find that this is the most important thing for them. Most of them care a lot about racism and see that as a bigger problem than whatever Kendi has wrought.
Okay, but like even in the context of problems with racism, do you think that these bad actors have made it better or worse for racism? Because I say,
and we're not objecting to that. Right.
That's what I'm saying. It's actually becoming a danger to even their own goals.
And we didn't say that, and we didn't say otherwise. What United is trying to point out is like that it's kind of unreasonable. Like, so there's two different ways you can make the argument, because there's one, what you said earlier was like that philosophy, for instance, and perhaps other disciplines and social media platforms, etc., have a moral responsibility to address these things, right? And then there's the way of putting it, which is like, well, for their own sake, it's a good idea for them to address it, right? It's a much weaker claim.
I think they're both true.
Okay, fair. If like in the abstract, I guess
So
I don't
actually, let me put it this way.
necessarily have a problem.
I think they're actually
Go
the
ahead.
same thing, because let's say the work they're attempting to do, they do have. I think they would agree they have a moral responsibility to do it, to help with the problems they see in the world, right? I mean, I think that's agreeable,
Well,
right?
I mean, I think some academics would agree with that, and others definitely wouldn't. They would say, like, no, I don't have a moral responsibility to do this scholarship. I do it because it interests me. And like it helps that I think it's, you know, morally good, but I'm in no way required morally to do it.
You
Some
don't
would
think
say
people
that.
studying critical race theory think it's a moral issue?
No, you didn't hear what I just said. I said they think it is a moral issue. They think it's morally good that they do it, but they might reject that they have a moral obligation to do it.
Okay, well, regardless of the obligation, if their work is moral work, right? That's the claim. If what's happening is actually hurting their goals, then is their work becoming immoral?
What I would try to point out is
So I'll use the evolution argument again too. Like evolution had to go through that pain where like the legitimate scientists were saying, like, that's not evolution. That is not evolution. You are wrong. Richard Dawkins is a great example of that, right? He wrote The Selfish Gene. It's a great book. The way that people you're thinking about evolution,
okay.
the colloquial idea that you've developed from what I'm talking about is wrong.
So was it true that every single evolutionary biologist had a moral responsibility to do it until he did it, or how did it work?
I think that generally, yeah. I mean, if you're studying the way that people are, the way that differences happen biologically, and there an argument is being made that races are different biologically, and it makes us so different that we can't, you know, that we shouldn't even procreate together, then yeah, I think you have a moral obligation.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not objecting to that. There's a difference between that and you know, oh, Ibram Kendi wrote this book where he says that, you know, all racial inequities are caused by racist policies, right? And if you look at the way he's using the definitions, that's just a tautology for him, right? And so that's not analogous to me. That is not as disastrous as people arguing, like people arguing in like science journals or like in popular science books.
Then why are you concerned by the popularity of this book? Because that's why this book is popular, because of that.
I think the missing part in your argument, Jimmy, is the part that this book tries and fails to fill in, which is to show how the theories are leading to the damage, and it just doesn't do a good enough job. If I was one of these theorists, I would pick up this book, say, you didn't make your case, and drop it, because they didn't make the case that I'm causing the problem. So I'm
not saying they're causing the problem, though. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I get that you're making
Why are you not saying
that? No, he's making a more subtle point, that there's a chain that starts with a misinterpretation of their ideas that eventually leads to something, and they might want to do something about their part in this chain. To say that they caused it might be too strong. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say they'd cause it. I would say more like, I'm trying to think of a great example. There's PCBs in the river next to me. Like, that wasn't done to pollute it. It was done because we were doing something that helped, and you know, like, there are unforeseen consequences to what you're doing, but they're becoming very visible, and they're becoming visible to people who you don't want to notice.
So I'll just present, because I don't think that there's good way to exit this discussion. Like, I don't think that we'll reach agreement here.
Yeah,
I just want to
me
like
either. That's fine.
inform you. I just want to inform you on like two kinds of things that they might say in response, just so that you kind of know like what kind of arguments. So one thing is that they have a different worldview from you, and they might disagree with your analysis of like how the theories are affecting the world. They might actually think that the phenomena that you see as problematic aren't as problematic as you might see them, and so that's one thing that they might argue with.
Well,
the second thing is some people.
Let me say this real quick. I'm sorry. I would phrase it as the misinterpretations of your theories are causing a problem, not your theories.
Right, we get it, dude.
Sure, they'll disagree with that too. I think some of them will. And again, like a version of this book that was well written could have been a good argument towards that like that actual damage is being caused. So if you really believe that the underlying problems in this book exist, like you should pressure people to write a book that is good and makes this point. So that's one thing that they might say, and I don't think that we'll agree on that, so let's not pursue it too much. Second thing that they might say is that if you kind of try to fight injustice and then other people and you basically receive backlash, you're not morally culpable for that. So I have great-grandparents that fought in the Warsaw Ghetto against the Nazis, and one argument against them was that by kind of like resisting the Nazi rule, they got a lot of people killed. And if they had just like tried to work with the Nazis, which again was done in other ghettos, like maybe less people would have been killed. They could have saved lives by not resisting. Like that's at least an argument that was made. And someone might say that you're morally justified in working against oppression, even if the backlash or the consequences are like cause something that is worse than what you're doing. Can I understand like what?
Yeah, I understand.
And again, you don't have to agree. Just like two things that you might consider would be a possible.
No, and I wouldn't phrase it as like all of you should be ashamed. I don't think that's true. I think it's more like it might be time for you guys to like maybe pay a little more attention to this. And
so one of the things
that's a very weak claim compared to the way you phrased it before.
Well,
I do. You should acknowledge that.
Well,
how about this? Like Laura Mulvey, she's known for the male gaze, right? That's like her like how many articles have been written about the male,
right, which
like,
she got from Fanon, which was the white gaze.
Right, and everything, like there's been, thousands upon thousands of articles about this concept, right? Doesn't like Laura Mulvey have like a responsibility to like police her concept and make sure that people aren't
not at
like,
all? Nope.
Saying it wrong.
Nope, she doesn't have a responsibility to do that.
Impact on like the culture. So I kind of like see what Jimmy's saying from that perspective. Like there was like a good that can be done to police your concepts.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference. Like I'm not objecting. Like I wouldn't say it's not good for her to do that. Like, yeah, sure, it's good for her to like if she thinks, look, I see people misinterpreting my work, and I'm gonna do what I can to correct that, right? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Definitely, that's good. But there's a huge difference between saying that and saying, doesn't she have some sort of responsibility to make sure that people don't misinterpret her work?
So then does Facebook have no obligation to do anything about the misinformation on their platform?
That's
a completely different question.
Why?
I will say like one thing that's frustrating about this discussion is that these people equivocate like motherfuckers. Like there's so much equivocation in these books, so many like caveats and explanations, and I assure you that I don't mean this, but then when you read a book like Cynical Theories, it obviously cuts out every kind of caveat and equivocation in the original books. So that's a big thing that like is really hard to even keep track of, because like whenever they give, even if they had given citations, which they don't, like they wouldn't cite the caveats, right? So
yeah.
A lot of these papers are like about 20-30% caveats, like
I mean, I have
explanation of what I'm not saying.
I have lots of like justifications, like the fact that, you know, Trump's talking about making not allowing critical theory in.
Yeah, do you know why? Like, Trump started to hear about it.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The point is,
it's not.
It is to my point. It's irrelevant to my point. I don't care.
I'd like to hear it at least.
Go ahead.
Well, so this dude Chris Rufo is really involved with this guy who worked at one of the federal government's like engineering things. That guy posted the video on YouTube, like where he had like the screen behind him and he was like going through, right, debunking all these like critical race theory trainings that were going on at his company, which is like a branch of the federal government, right? The engineering, some sort of like engineering defense thing, I think. And there are all these like trainings and books and all this stuff. And this guy reached out to, or I think Chris Rufo somehow found out about it. And James Lindsay works with Chris Rufo. You know, we don't know exactly like how they're working behind the scenes, but like it's very clear if you look at their interactions on Twitter that they're like doing whatever they can to help each other in this crusade against critical race theory and postmodernism, blah, 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 blah. But Chris Rufo went on Tucker Carlson, and then 2 days later, Trump issued the executive order.
Right. Sure. Because it was a popular thing. It worked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's deeply in, like, James Lindsay had his hands all over it.
Yeah, whatever, man. Like, whatever it is, it's worked in terms of changing opinions or framing ways that people are thinking about it.
So wait, now I'm convinced that you're not treating this discussion in intellectual good faith, because for like hours and hours, Sam has gone with you through this book and shown how almost no claim in this book is valid or
I'm not disputing that.
Wait. You're kind of treating it as consequence, and the important part of consequence is the misrepresentation by James Lindsay. Like, that's, people can't help the fact that they're being like strongly misinterpreted, and it's not fair to say that they're the first link in the chain after they've been as misrepresented as this book does. I mean,
people misrepresent people all the time. Like, it happens all the time. But when
people rape people all the time, it's not okay.
You're not letting me finish anything I'm saying. People are like, ideas are misrepresented all the time. But when people are informed on those things, they usually will have a battle about it. But the battle that's happening in society over critical race theory is a bunch of idiot woke leftists who have no idea what they're talking about, and a bunch of people like James Lindsay who also don't know what they're talking about. And that's my point.
How do you know all the idiot woke leftists don't know what they're? I mean, what do you mean they don't know what they're talking about? Like, what? These are the two categories of the debate, and there's no nuance. Like,
no, there's not nuance, because the people like the philosophers are not involved in the conversation.
Okay, I mean, I think your belief that is true is evidence of your not seeing philosophers involved in the conversation. That doesn't.
Where would I see them? Where would I see them involved in the conversation?
I mean, I'm on academic philosophy Twitter like all the time. Pretty much everyone I follow on Twitter,
because you're a philosopher,
is academic philosophy people.
Because you're a philosopher,
right? And so I see the philosophers engaged in the debate. And you don't, because you don't follow academic philosophy Twitter. Correct.
Ultimately, I don't care.
I mean, these people don't have the platform to do anything about Tucker Carlson. You see, like, there's a differential of power here. Like, they do what they can. They say what they think, but they do it on the platform that they have. Like, they're not public media figures.
Become public media figures. I don't know any other way to say it. I mean,
you become a public media figure, fix all our problems for us. I mean, it's hard. Like, people.
I'm not a philosopher.
Jimmy has already become a public media figure.
I'm not a philosopher, and I'm not saying like every philosopher needs to do this or they're a bad person or a bad philosopher. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like the field needs to care about the way that the common person.
And we do. I'm telling you, man. I'm talking to a lot of people about this.
Okay, that's a good thing. I do think that like you need to go on somebody like Tucker Carlson and talk to him, even if he disagrees, even if you don't get anywhere with it.
Hey, man, if you can get me a spot on Tucker Carlson, I'll go tomorrow.
I cannot, but
You'll do the hit.
I'm positive that there are places that would talk about it. Like if you say I'm a critical race theorist, I know this stuff. No, I'm just saying, like, if you were, if you are a critical race theorist today, I guarantee you, every news network is going to want to have you on because Trump's trying to ban it.
No, that's not true.
Why would they not?
Because, like, if you notice, like, the mainstream news media, and all the ones except basically Fox News have had 2 people on to discuss race issues this summer, Ibram Kendi and Robin DiAngelo, right? That's it, right? They're not looking out to, or maybe Cornell West, right? And they're not reaching out to people like Charles Mills, people like Tommy Shelby, people like Derek Darby, people like, there's so many black philosophers.
But like, this is not true though. Like race. YouTube, any of these names, and they all have a ton of videos out there, but I've never seen one. Not
all of them, but
a lot of them. I've looked at a bunch of them, and I've never seen
Charles
one
Mills
of them.
Has a lot of videos. Yeah.
I've never seen one of them say this is inaccurate. This is not the way to use this theory. This is wrong. I've never seen it once.
Okay. I got you. I'm in a class with Charles Mills right now, and I guarantee you there's a lot of DiAngelo bashing going on. Okay, we haven't talked about Kendi; he hasn't been brought up. But like this, how fast do you want your reaction? Like this is just starting to break into the mainstream, and it takes a while for papers to get peer reviewed and published. Like I'm presenting at a conference my critique of Robin DiAngelo and Ibram Kendi, right? Soon, I'm working on it, and I promise you that other people are too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean that's one thing, but what I'm saying is, no peer-reviewed published paper is going to change the common American's mind because they're not going to read it.
That's true.
So, like, I mean, and honestly, you don't want them to read it. In a way, you want genuinely interested people, and like you don't want everybody genuinely interested in everything. But
you can write 2 versions of a paper. You can write the paper for the academic audience, and then you can also write it for the public audience, and you can get both published in different outlets.
Yeah. So like that's why I said, like, your article critiquing this book, I expected to hate it, and I didn't. And like, I'd love to see one from a real philosopher on Ibram Kendi or on Robin DiAngelo, because, and I'd love it. If like I feel like Joe Rogan would have somebody like that on if it was the right person. Again, like, you're right, I'm probably too impatient, but because I started noticing this in 2013, and I would say a couple things, and then it was like not worth it to keep talking about it because people would like just either call me racist or call me like I was acting like the sky was falling, and I just was constantly like, no, you don't understand. This is a bigger problem than this. So for me, it's been a long time. And so for me, this is like not surprising. I have not been surprised by 2020. This year has not been surprising to me. Trump surprised me, but only because I thought it was early. I thought that wouldn't happen for another 10 years. 12.
So I want to point out that, like, so James, Lindsay, and Helen Pluckrose aren't the first kind of people to push back on this, right? This is like, there have been several waves of people who are either inside or outside the academy raising issues about what they see as shoddy, ideological, politically motivated scholarship, right? People have been doing this for a long time. And there have been academics in the very fields where these allegedly problematic, shoddy, etc., where these things are being published, and people within their own fields have been criticizing them, not only in academic journals, but also writing for a public outlet, right? So famously, Martha Nussbaum, who's a feminist philosopher, she also teaches law, I believe she's at the University of Chicago, and she wrote this famous critique of Judith Butler in the early 2000s, I believe, for a public audience. It was in like the New Republic or something like that. And so like this has, like, people have been pushing back on it on both inside and outside the academy, and maybe, you know, not as much as you think would be optimal, right? I would probably agree, right? We don't have a lot of optimal things. We live in an imperfect world. It would be better if there was more of it. And this is also the case now, is that philosophy has always been one of the least, at least in the history of like academic philosophy in the United States and in Europe, this wasn't so much true in like ancient Greece and stuff. People thought that the philosophers had to be very active in political and public life. But nowadays, academic philosophers have a reputation for being sort of, navel gazing, ivory tower dwelling people who don't think about anything except the abstract problems that they like most. Mm-hmm. And that's changing in academic philosophy right now. There is a big movement for more public philosophy. And I think that it's only gotten stronger with, most academics in general, right, are to the left. Most academic philosophers are to the left, and people are concerned by Trump. Even the right-wing academic philosophers, most of them are very concerned by Trump. And these things about alternative facts and fake news and concerns about a post-truth society has resurrected this even more. And philosophers are starting to see themselves as having more of an obligation to reach out and to engage in public philosophy. And
that's good.
So this is a trend that I see as upward right now, and that I have been talking to people trying to strategize about like how we can best do it. And like there are specific conferences devoted to answering those questions, to brainstorming those questions. People give presentations, and there are certain little like sessions at big philosophy conferences devoted to these kinds of things. So it's happening, right? It'll never happen as fast as we would ideally love it to happen.
No, if it's happening, that's great. That's great. I want to say one thing. You know that I'm not anti-postmodern just in talking to me, right? Like, a lot of my ideas are pretty close to postmodern, right?
Well, I mean, like, using the word in the general sense that it's usually used, right? Postmodern, like, you're skeptical about our ability to transcend our human subjectivity and access pure objectivity.
Yes.
If that's what you mean, yeah, definitely.
I'm like, I like the philosophers that were sort of pre-postmodern, leading up to, right? Those are my favorite philosophers.
And you like a lot of the pragmatists who are very like, who inspired a lot of postmodernists.
Yes. So here's my issue with postmodernism is that because what you just described, this sort of push to become more public figures and take an active role in society, that doesn't really mix with postmodernism, because you have to believe in some sort of a grander purpose to what you're doing, right?
This is a point that you and I have disagreed upon before, and probably won't make a lot of progress on here.
But do you see my?
Which is that
I'm not gonna.
So just what I would point out is that like you can be a postmodernist who thinks that like, who actually believes in like cultural relativism, right? I don't think that there's a lot of evidence that the postmodernists that they discuss right in the book actually were cultural relativists. But even if you were a cultural relativist, you can say, look, yeah, like at the abstract level, I'm a cultural relativist. I don't think I can provide any independent justification for why my morality is any better than any others. I'm just a product of my experience, my environment, blah, blah, blah. But given that I'm a product of my experience and my environment, I have my moral code. And my moral code says that Trump is dangerous, and so we should do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a really good biography of Foucault by Paul Vane, who was a good friend of his, and he says somewhere that Foucault's approach to cultural relativism was something like, we know that there will be moral shifts and that in the future people will think of us as immoral, but that shouldn't stop us from acting. So I think just empirically, like postmodern philosophers are usually pretty politically active, actually. So
as individuals, I agree. But what I'm talking about is not.
Also as like drivers of movements. So like there's a reason that they've inspired a lot of political, like the prison strikes in France, like they would hold copies of Foucault's Discipline and Punish. If you can imagine prisoners reading French philosophers. The thing is, it's a philosophy that's very kind of the whole post-structuralism is very dangerous to power, one might say, and that kind of motivates a lot of political action, actually.
I guess the moral the moral sort of
with the last chapter is that like the chapters after this is that they assume that like the Enlightenment and liberalism is like the thing.
Yeah,
that
let's just get there next week.
Peaceful.
Yeah, we'll get there next week.
Instead of like other things, like
it's almost
maybe
midnight for some of these folks.
Yeah. We'll talk about that next week. I want to say, like, the sort of moral movements that postmodernism follows, and maybe I'm wrong here, but the way I see it is they're more about opening the door to perspectives that the door is not open to, which is admirable. But what I'm talking about is explicitly closing that door to some things. And I don't think that postmodernism is particularly good at that.
I tend to agree. Like that's
my only critique.
They had a kind of weird optimism where they thought that this is actually not from postmodernism, it's from Sartre. It's the kind of belief where if you open all the doors, like the result will be good and not bad. Like, yeah, it's a kind of philosophical optimism.
He is my most triggering postmodern philosopher.
He's not considered postmodern.
He isn't?
Sartre? Yeah, he's an existentialist.
Really?
Sorry. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I like existentialists. He bothers me, though.
See, this is a good lesson, Jimmy. Not all existentialists are the same.
No, I know, but I don't know why Sartre. He just bothers me. I think it's because
he's very explicitly an existentialist. Like, calls himself an existentialist. He wrote, "Existentialism is humanism." Like, that's him. I mean, he's like, that's kind of undebatable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. This stream has gone on for 4.5 hours.
4.5
almost. So thanks. I actually think it was. I think it was very worthwhile. I don't feel like we wasted time, like I did on the first one.
I think we got a little caught up in the details of Alison Bailey's paper, but
yeah, but I think that the conversation
was productive in the end. Yeah, it was productive in the end.
It was a conversation. Like I honestly think these things I'm saying that philosophers need to do is going to be a lot of this. Unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of misunderstanding about what is meant by things.
I mean, I think I know what you mean, but like It's just like you know, there's a difference between like the sort of stuff that I do in my review, which is not defending Alison Bailey at all, just making sure that they get her position right, you know, and then the separate, like we can have an Alison Bailey book club. I don't know if she has a book.
This is just a hypothesis. I think that you would convince more people if that was paired with criticism of what she was saying. Not like she's wrong, but like here's where I personally think she is not getting it right.
Yeah, and I did a little bit of that. I mean, right, because they focus a lot on how she frames, she like distinguishes between critical thinking and critical pedagogy, and how like they take this as her like just dismissing critical pedagogy as critical thinking as one of the master's tools. But then they miss the part where she says that like actually these two traditions can work together in a lot of places, right? And I end up saying like later on, like to be clear, like I'm not a huge fan of these works. Like it seems clear to me that for instance, Alison Bailey and I would have some deep disagreements about the value of critical thinking, of which I take myself to be a staunch proponent. And I can see that, like, you know, the way she frames this distinction is a little worrying if you don't take everything into context. And I also said, like, I can see how one might take, you know, Applebaum's idea and use it to actually, like, intentionally shut down all forms of disagreement.
That's where
that's a problem.
That's where I think where maybe there's a gap in experience of things, because like I think probably you guys are a little more protected on universities, but like if you work for a large bureaucracy with an HR department and you hear these kind of things, it sounds really familiar, and it sounds like this is how I get quieted down so that I don't get to say what I think. That's what it sort of triggers that kind of response, and I agree it's not good. I got you. But
like you really don't think that like the people who are doing that are getting it from like Barbara Applebaum, do you? Like,
not seems like I don't think directly, but I do think that there are some really bad actors who are like, ooh, we could. This is. It's like anything else. It's like you can use true things to attach to the better natures of people and use it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. This is one of the things I have a little bit of trouble trying to understand. People who think that like cancel culture is a completely new phenomenon and not something that has been around to greater or lesser degrees for a while. I mean, there's like
I don't think there's anything new under the sun, so you don't have to sell me on that. I mean,
yeah. So I mean, just like, so then there has been this sort of tactic of like just sort of opportunistically appealing to one's identity group and claiming, you know, crying racism or sexism, and not allowing the other person to respond and say, no, actually, that's not at all what I meant to do, and I apologize for the impact, but let me explain my intent. And the person is just, no, I don't want to hear it, you're racist or whatever. Like, I don't think that's really anything new that you can attribute to postmodern scholarship or influence. Like, it's just like it's just a tactic of someone who's piggybacking, like Yanai was saying, piggybacking on these sort of social justice movements and co-opting some of their ideas for their own nefarious purposes. And that has been happening for a long time.
Yeah, I agree, but I think that's true of every powerful tool that's ever been created. So if you've created a powerful tool for understanding, it can be used for nefarious purposes. It's not. It's like I'm not saying that like these philosophers intentionally tried to do that, or they like intentionally don't.
No, I know you didn't, but I mean, that's why I'm saying it's weird for you to like say that like, no, I know that, you know, when I hear something in HR, it's not, you know, it's not like anyone actually reading Applebaum, but there's, what's the alternative if you're going to tie it to that? It's like this weird, mysterious, spooky, like ghost story where Applebaum comes into existence, and then, oh, like the ideas start to spread. It's like this virus metaphor that they're always using. Postmodernism is a virus, and just I don't think it's a very helpful way to understand it.
I do think that new ideas do spread like a virus, which is good and bad. So like if you have an idea that latches on, if you have a true idea, I think our brains latch on to true ideas. So like that to me, well, we can stop. We can stop. It doesn't mean you have an understanding of what truth is in there.
It doesn't mean you have an understanding of what truth is, Jimmy.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, that's good. Hey, thanks everyone who came. Thanks Yanai for participating so much.
Yeah, thanks.
And sheesh. Anyone have any concluding words? Say something wise.
Get money, get paid.
The social is predicated upon its exclusion. Goodbye.
All right, guys.
Fuck Bill O'Reilly.